experience
people
some
plus
scary
the
shit.
Post?
Right, right, meow.
Right.
Actually, let me put up a camera before she does
That has spoken. Spooky out.
that.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Ooh, it's,
Oh my
he's
God.
starting to do.
Oh my god. No, 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 no.
I started to swim so loud. I'm like,
Flashlight.
oh, jeez.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Are you in the building?
No. In the building. Did you all see that? No! No! No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You goddamn cocksucker. No! 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 Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Oh, wait, run. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Wait, wait, is it this one? No, this one. Shit. Finally a good streamer gets on. Hey, man, how are you? Did I get him?
Oh, you can't do it. That's right.
I got 15
Get
seconds.
away, Aretha!
Listen, I am ready to kill her. Wait.
To us.
I'm running. I'm injured.
My fucking God!
How is the Reaper not down yet? That scream. I love it.
Love you, mean it. Wait, what is my push to gameplay? Controls. Push to talk? Push to talk as well. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Happy New Year. Oh my god.
Oh, I deep hit.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me. Oh, no, no. Go over here.
Oh, she's coming.
Gabriel Ultra Kill. Okay. They are PC.
Oh, hi.
Ooh, I see it. I see it. I see it.
You know, I heard the chase music, so I was like, I'm gonna just
Yeah, why
punch
not?
this corner for a little bit.
Aretha's got it.
Oh, not the light burn. Let's go. Look at this esports play over here. Paddle slam with the flashlight to the face. Let's get it.
Yes.
She ain't gonna do that twice though.
I did it 2 times now, so I'm like, oh, she's gonna kill me.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's part
And
of my
party hat.
challenge. Shit. I was too busy singing a song. Ready? Watch this.
Oh, me
Yeah.
too. I keep saying I need a
Sideways.
third, like so bad, and I have a third. I need
And then
something to like prop it
down?
up on my desk.
Fudge. Okay.
Wow, Mom made a valid point. He does kind of look like Jeremy Sisto.
Fucking
An older
Christ!
Jeremy Sisto. Oh no, I left him. Crap.
Shit. No, this is wrong way. Wrong way.
Stay downstairs.
I know. Wrong
Honestly.
way. Wrong way. Oh.
There.
Oh,
Oh shit. No. No. Don't put that. No. No.
Oh my
Like-
God.
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Gonna get it. I'm gonna get it.
I don't think so. Oh. Yeah, it got closed. All right. Hi everyone. How are we today? Hi Bam. Welcome on in. We're about to play some Repo with Indigenous Alliance members. I was doing something. Oh, hold on. I was posting that I went live. There. I don't know if that's going to work, but we shall see. I got a snack. I was running a little bit late today because I was watching Stranger Things. I was catching up on Stranger Things. There we go. Okay. Hello, 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 everybody. Okay, we got Moo. We got Moozilla. We have that Wicket, Wacket. Caffeine Cloud is going to be joining us a little bit later, and Sage will be joining us in a moment. But when they do, they shall be here. Let's see. Oh, I think I can multi-shout out. Hold on. Watch this. Pretty sure this is how. Look at that. Okay. Cookies. Where's these cookies? Wafer rolls. Mmm. Ooh. I'm munching on Doritos. Okay. Mm. Mm-hmm. We could always add them after, right? Yeah. We'll be like, it's on. Oh, sure. Do we want to do one? Okay. Yep. When you're red. Oh, ready. I guess everyone wants to see the game. It's what everyone came for. Got this. We got this. I believe in us. Oh, no. No? Is your button stuck? Wait, do you have like crowd control on? Is someone messing with you in your community? Right? Nope. I'm not. Okay. Oh, shoot. Ah! You don't hear the game? Okay. All right, hold on. You should be here at the game now. Oh my god. Where are these? Here we go. Can you hear the game now? Okay.
Well,
I just.
there's some teams over here. I'm good. Oh,
Anything?
Mode or the hard mode? Is it hard mode?
No.
Half the time I play these games, I just join. I don't know how to do the things and add the stuff.
Alpha spinning.
So I was like, I'm
Creepy baby.
Now you are low and the game is loud. Okay. Hold on. Here, I'll turn on the game. Okay. Is that much better? Is that better? Much better? Am I way louder now? Much better?
Marty, thank you for the follow.
Okay. Why are there balloons?
I have some creepy monster cornering me here.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
It had me trapped under that pit.
Oh, crap!
Is it safe? Yeah. Close the door on me.
Creepy big thing down the hall.
Did anyone die?
I think we lost Moose.
Yeah, yeah.
I heard the explosive
Yeah.
one. I don't like the explosive one.
Moose is, in the, no.
And the-
Oh my God, no, no, no. I can't do the thing. Oh no, break the balloon. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, wait. Come on, run. My stamina's out, I can't run no more. This is a safe place. This is my safe place. Also, welcome on in, everyone. Hope you're having a wonderful beginning of your 2026. Okay. Okay. I think I'm good. Okay, okay. I think I'm good.
What do we have in the... I have no stamina.
Do we have enough to fill the cart yet? Oh my God. Yes. Yeah, I got you.
Where's the cart?
I don't know.
It's in that room. It's in that room.
Okay.
What?
I was like, do we have enough to buy our freedom yet? Here, look.
I put the cart in the room to the left.
Okay.
Is the cart back there, or
No, in that room that they were in.
if anything, we can, I'd say, cash in and get them back.
Yeah. Is it they were in this room? Is it this room?
I
mean, there's-
don't know.
They said it was in a room. I found some stuff back here. Okay.
Uranium glass, it looks like?
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay.
Oh.
How much do we got? Do we have enough? There's another thing back here, so.
Okay.
Oh, ow.
We need 300 more.
I don't think there's anything else in here. I think all these things are just random things.
Nothing back there. Okay.
Alright. Okay, we need 300 more.
I don't like having this low stamina.
Right? I know. That's the first thing I usually do is pick up stamina because I'm always like, I just want to be able to run. It's like, I don't need to outlive everyone. Just you. This one?
Let's see. But did we break all the stuff already? La 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 la. No.
Did you find something?
Creepy party girl. And
Yep, yep.
glass rhino.
Okay. She's fine as long as we don't touch her balloons. Go.
I think.
Do we have the cart?
I think it's right around the corner here.
Okay. Oh.
There we go. All right. Let's cash this in and
Yep.
get out of here.
And save our
Oh.
friends. Oh.
Ah!
Oh no.
Friends!
There's a balloon boy coming.
Oh shit. Monster's coming. Monster's coming.
I've been reborn. I've been reborn.
Running. Press the button.
Press the button. Press the button.
No,
Oh, okay.
Let's go. I made it. I wasn't worried.
Yeah,
We got it, we got it.
Collected.
I made it all.
Oh, caffeinated clown just shot.
Okay.
Let's see. Can I invite from here? Let's see.
Code. Ooh.
Is anyone friends with caffeinated clown on Cloud on Steam?
I don't think so.
Hold on, let me see.
It added me on
Yeah.
Steam here, but
Okay.
why you gotta be hitting me?
I got it. Wait, I need to practice my aim, you know? Thank you!
No!
Come back! Come back! Wait, I got this.
Wait.
I mean, if you can't even kill our friends, how are you gonna kill our enemies?
I'm just gonna hide. No! I'm over here to talk about your car's extended warranty. Maybe this one better.
All right.
Are you
let's see.
happy with your service? What about your cell phone plan? Cell phone plan?
Would you like to add a home insurance?
You'll get more you'll get more stamina if you add a second line. Wait, what do we got? Hold on. Wait, should we get something?
I don't know.
It's pretty. Wait, it's pretty low right now, right?
I'm trying to figure out if there's. Oh.
Should we just run in and go go to our final resting place so we can pick up our
Wait,
Yeah.
we're not
teammates?
gonna die. That's crazy. Where's that?
Yeah, because we have a cloud here. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go meet our demise.
Let's go.
Oh, sorry. No.
Okay. We all have to go find the monster first. Come on, whoever finds the monster first wins.
I mean, we can all self-destruct right now if we want it. Oh man.
We could all self-evict.
Yeah, we could self-destruct.
Just
Okay.
Can we?
You guys want to do
What
that?
do we do?
Yeah.
What do we do?
Press escape and then go to self-destruct.
Oh, ready?
Yeah, I'm not feeling too good. I'm not feeling too good.
Oh, I think I ate some bad soup.
Oh wait.
What? Wait,
I think we can go back to main menu.
do we actually?
I think
Yeah,
so.
this is-
Okay.
Oh, because we did it in the thingy.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's okay. We'll make it.
Let's go find monster friend.
You have to go find a monster?
We're gonna fight.
Yeah, okay,
Let's go.
I think if we
I'm pretty
self-destruct
sure there's a
again,
hole we could fall in.
or
hole?
yeah, we could just like, we could just.
Oh, what is that? I don't like that.
I didn't know that was gonna do that.
I feel weird.
Wait, can I start myself on fire?
Where's the gold?
Don't worry, you can burn yourself here.
Just
Really? I mean, how long is it going though? You seem to be just. Oh. Ah. Okay, hold on. I made it. Oh. Oh no.
Or did
I'm just trying to find a hole.
Hi, Angie.
Yeah, follow
Oh.
the hole. Let's do it.
What the hell's that?
Where we at now? 410?
Oh.
I don't even think that one
I
kills, honestly.
swear to God, who did that?
That one just messes with
I'm one
people.
health.
We only played one so far.
Please. Can I throw this egg on me?
Get my egg.
What was that?
only They knew
Okay,
of the
give
fire
up,
behind
give
him.
up the
Yeah.
destruction.
Oh, hold on. Let's see.
Oh, I took the.
Let's go.
I told you it wasn't this slow.
Okay.
Why did?
Alright, good luck, everybody.
Okay.
Go.
I will win.
No.
Ah.
No.
What?
No.
It's a reckoning.
No song for you.
Give me the song.
No song.
Give me the song. I want this.
And I am the winner.
No.
Give me my crown.
No.
Yeah, bonk.
No.
Bonk.
Yeah.
No.
Let's go.
Where's Cloud? Cloud. Invite to game. There we go.
Hi, Ange.
Hello.
Like,
Is Cloud streaming too?
I don't know. Yes, because they asked to join our.
Our stream together?
together.
Alrighty. There we
Yes,
go.
yes, yes, there we go. Yeah,
Ah,
because
there.
we got Wacked, Viper, me, Moo, and Caffeinated. There, yeah, we got one more person to join our thing. Wow,
Let's go.
look at that, perfect. You can have 6 people in the game. You can have 6 people in stream together. We got this.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
How is
Hi.
everybody? Hello.
Good. How are you?
Good. Today was so busy. I was like, oh my god, but I'm glad I'm able to like play a game with you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Finally.
I know. Finally. We're being a stream team. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
It's just a lights. Oh.
Alright.
Stream team assemble. Let's go. Let's go in.
Let's do this.
Alright, we got everybody now?
I think so.
think so.
Okay.
I kind of feel like Sage.
Well, Sage said they were home. Should we?
Oh yeah, they're
check to
booting
see?
up their computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we just wait? Wait a few-
We
I mean, they. Oh yeah.
could.
Oh, I should change my color. Let's see.
Ooh, what color am I? I think I'm blue. I'm pretty sure I'm blue.
I'm gonna be the Squidward color.
You Squidward. And then. Oh god.
Well, they just went off mobile, so they must be near the
Mhm.
computer.
Mm-hmm. We got it.
Maybe we should start up then.
Run another one while the siege is getting ready. All right.
Yeah, sure.
We'll go.
Yeah. Let's do it. All else fails, we can fight each other in the end.
This comes down to that.
Oh.
Wait, didn't I have the...
Ah, nothing like the good old let's buy viewer bots.
Yeah.
Bonarino.
Mm-hmm. Wait, oh shoot. That was it. Okay. I'm like,
Can you hear me?
I apparently left the shared chat. I was like, what is happening? I got it. I'm a professional, y'all. I'm a professional. I'm gonna lurk and play a game. I'll jump on later if you're still playing. Okay. Okay. What?
All right.
Okay, let's go.
I found a mushroom and a diamond.
I'm right behind you.
Boom. Never mind the mushrooms no more.
Did you eat it? Oh, I found a potion.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I love how the robots look high and they're just standing there.
Did you put,
I know.
Did you figure the
Right?
eyeballs? Wait.
Yeah, there's this one, right? This
Hey, man. Hi.
Hey. How's it going? How's it going?
This mean.
Hey.
Whoa. Are we high or are we just like we're just mean mugging
Listen.
people?
Oh,
Listen.
Fire crown you got there, man.
Listen, we got it. We got to find the loot. Let's go. Let's go.
I'm gonna go this way.
I'm gonna follow you guys. You look like you know what you're doing.
Oh, Jesus.
Careful.
Jeez.
Careful, SpongeBob.
Oh.
Is the card underneath it? There we go.
Crack. You still gamer?
Oh, is that when the music opens? That means now the monsters are gonna come and kill us all. I mean, they're gonna be available to kill us all. I just realized I was like not very, positive thinking, but
Oh my god, yes, yeah. Yeah, here they come.
Available is greasy. Listen, they clocked into work. Be careful. The owners are home. Oh shit. Oh my god! Where were you? Fuck! I literally was standing there and I realized there was like a gun beside my head. I'm like, what?
That duck is gonna get us killed.
Listen here, Donald. Get out of here.
Hey, go away. Go find your mom.
We're like way over. We could cash out here.
We got it?
Yeah, but there's more money. There's more money. More supplies.
Go find your mom, little duck. She's mad at you.
You're late. You're late. Aretha's a duck sitter. Oh shit! Damn it, duck!
Oh no!
Damn it! Get out of here! Can I put? I'm gonna put you in there. I'm gonna put you in there. Listen, duck can be tasty. I'm just saying. Don't test me.
Guys, I might need a little help.
Okay. I guess Aretha's a duck.
I got this. What does that mean?
Da, 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 da. Na, 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 na. Ooh.
Shiny.
More toys.
Oh no! Oh
Cloud.
Oh no, the clown.
Wow.
Oh, clown or cloud?
Cloud.
Oh.
Drunk. Yep.
We heard, oh no, clown, and we were like, oh no, clown. They're like, no, cloud. I'm like, oh. What was the oh no for?
I just kept pushing the cart. Didn't even stop.
I think we got everything here.
Okay.
Where is the old man? Hello.
I don't know where he went.
There we go.
Might have been fine somewhere.
Oh yeah. This will give us enough to buy some goodies.
Okay.
I'm gonna say that to someone now. You're so wow, 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 wow.
Okay.
But there's still something in that room, I think.
In this room? Is it up top,
Oh.
maybe?
Yeah, the crown. It's for you, Cloud. Your crown. How do I get it?
Oh shit. I'm caught on there, but
Can
I'm not good at jumping.
What if I put this down and then I can't reach? Wait, I can. I might need you to grab it though.
Oh, you got it.
Hi.
Yeah.
I'll put it down. Okay. We did it. Teamwork.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, oh yeah, you guys are still alive. That's good.
Hello.
Yeah. No, we're still
Oh,
alive.
you made it. Yay.
I think that was everything now, for real, for real.
Okay.
Witch hat.
All right. Ooh, look at that.
I'm cashing in. I'm going all in.
We're rich. Let's go.
We got it.
Yay.
Multiply that by a couple thousand, Panda.
I keep like messing with my model.
Everyone inside? Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yep. We're inside.
What happened to the duck? Somebody killed the duck?
No. No. He was running around. I think he was actually running for the door as we were leaving.
The game got sympathetic and said, no old man, no duck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Sage isn't home yet. She's
Oh.
still in traffic.
Nope. I don't even have. Ah.
Haha, you bitch.
I don't like that.
There's one for me too.
Ooh.
How did
Wow.
you do that?
Oh my
did
god!
I kill
What?
you?
Oh yeah!
Oh no.
Oh.
No, put unhinged me. They started it first. It's not my fault. Get me out.
Get rotated.
Get out.
Jeez.
What did you do to me? What
How's
was
everyone's?
that?
How's everyone in
No idea.
health?
Toss the stamina upgrade.
that?
here.
Oopsie.
Okay, I would like. I want stamina. I need stamina. I need to run.
You.
I need to
Oh, yeah, that's a
run. I
good
need
idea.
to be free.
We could toss them in the shop thing, right?
Yeah,
Here?
right in here. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh. I'm gonna get this crouch rest upgrade because I like the face of it.
Does anyone
Ooh.
need help? I mean, he's probably gonna need help. Whack it.
There's health upgrade and there's strength and range. What should we get?
You guys down for?
I read somewhere that like if you have one player focuses on strength and be like the strong guy, like they'll be the one to like take down monsters faster and stuff.
Where's that secret room?
Like, I like being the scout. I like to like scout ahead, find all the stuff, put stuff in the cart, but I want to be able to run.
Yeah, yeah.
Run away.
Yeah, get your runs. Get your running.
Yeah, get your runs.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
I don't know what it is.
Oh.
What is it?
What is that?
Oh no! You got that thing put on you.
Okay, what do we think?
You're
There's
trying to
another.
tumble away from it.
It's supposed to help you
Okay,
roll
there's
more,
there's
but
another
it's not
stamina one. I'm gonna get another stamina one because I think Wacket wanted stamina as well, or someone
Yeah,
wanted stamina.
get this.
Is it still on? Oh yeah, it's still on.
Okay. All right.
Get that
We
totally
still got
didn't
10,000. What do we want to do? Do you think anyone's gonna need help?
I mean, I tossed the
I just-
50 in for whack it.
Okay.
I grabbed a string.
Okay. All right. Are we good? Should I be good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I think I'm just blind.
And then we push the button when we're done, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Push the button.
Yeah.
Pull the lever.
Run!
Yeah, you're back.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me. No, not at all.
Moo?
Moo?
What are you doing? No. No.
I'm getting friendly fire over here.
Why you guys just watching?
Oh my god.
No.
All right.
You pointed the gun at me first. It's your own fault.
Alright, let's get this.
Oh no.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Why do we even have that lever?
Run away.
Run away.
Run away. Okay.
Stamina.
Oh. Hold on.
There.
Fast. Fast as heck, boy.
Yeah, super fast.
Ooh.
Oh. Health. Oh wait, I have full health. Let's just leave that here. Stamina. Yep. Who wanted the other stamina?
Me.
Did everyone get something?
think so.
Wait. No.
5K is the goal. No. That's just how much money we have.
Yeah.
We'll get the amount goal once we start the round.
I got my stamina.
Yeah.
We're ready.
There we go.
Do.
Water.
5K is not the goal. That's leftover money.
I hate
Oh,
Yay!
5K, Rich.
Profit!
Museum is rough.
Extraction point
Yeah, this one's pretty
activated.
bad.
Oh, I don't like it.
That's a big hot dog.
9,368 is our goal.
That's a big glizzy.
I don't think there's anything this way.
Ah! just,
What are you doing?
just whacked me. Just whacked me with it. Oh.
Bread.
Da, 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 da,
I
da.
have some high quality bread.
Oh.
The ones that give you the most money.
Vroom,
tend to be
here comes the
heavy.
airplane. And we landed.
There's a big old cup.
A big old cup.
Pillar right in the middle.
It's a big one. It's green.
Oh, that's a big one. Anyone have strength?
Not me.
Nope. Gonna have to team lift it.
There's a big old
Careful.
burger thing.
It's green, so it can break easy.
Anyone have the cart? Oh, little.
It's behind. I can't see.
Can I get in there?
Or is it in? I think it's in there. I think it's in there.
Is it? Oh,
Yeah.
it is.
I let go.
Oh, there we go. I got it. I pushed it in. Oh my god.
Yeah, I took up most of the spot.
I know, right?
Oh, no damage too. That's really good.
Yeah, technically done.
Okay. We need we have 9,200. We need 168.
And then we just profit from there.
Yeah.
There's a big old jewel over here, Bert.
We should probably do the test.
I got boombox.
I'm cashing out.
Let's wait till Viper gets back with that. Keep jamming.
There's the thing with an eye.
Oh.
I can't see. I'm raving.
Just gotta stay low. It can't shoot below crouch height.
You were saying? Hello? We have to go unlock the other thing.
Ooh.
Unlock the other point.
Okay.
Oh, look, there's tons of stuff over here. What do we think? Oh, shoot. There's nothing over here.
Where is it at?
I don't know.
Trying to be my friend? Am I your friend? Your lonely head friend?
Trying to make friends. Oh, there it is. Look at that.
Let's go. I
Okay,
have a drink. Cheers.
Oh, shoot.
I thought it didn't break in here. No.
I thought so too when you drop it. Okay.
What?
I thought when you drop it in there, I don't. There's a whole bunch of stuff in this room over here. This one. I don't know how to. One to the right, left. There's a whole bunch of stuff in here.
That's so weird. Is that new? Okay. It should help.
What is that? Why does it feel like it's gonna eat me?
I don't like you. That looks like a bing bong a little bit. I'm gonna take
Here, look.
the doll.
Okay.
It's back. Squat. No! Why are you giving me squats for? Okay, I'm gonna do it. I got squats. I'm gonna hide right here.
Okay.
I'm so lonely over here.
Is everyone still alive?
Let's go. I'm alive again. Had to finish my squat. So mean.
Are people still alive? Do you have to go get people's dead bodies? Okay, I guess I'm gonna go in. Oh, you got it? Okay, I don't think there's anything else in this room. Hello?
Hello.
On those other stairs on the other side is where the door is.
Is this...
It talks!
Wait, how much do I have? 12?
Is everyone
Oh, yeah, we're good.
is everyone dead over there? No?
Two.
There's 2 people dead over there.
Oh, that's not. Oh, I thought that was someone dead.
Oh.
No.
Oh shit.
If you touched it. Hello.
Ah. Do you want to help me grab this thing? I'm trying to grab this thing.
We're missing a head though, right?
Missing a head?
I think we're missing Cloud.
Oh.
Cloud. Let me go find her.
That's what I was like. Did someone die?
Let's
Oh
get
shit!
going, let's get
Ah! No! 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 No!
Oh no! Crazy. It's okay. We have enough money here.
Okay. Okay, we don't want to go over then. Okay.
Yeah, I
okay.
just want to bring Cloud back. You find it. Does that cost money? What does?
Okay. Gotta go find Cloud. Cloud! Did Cloud die somewhere?
I'm pretty sure she's dead, yeah. I haven't seen or heard her in a long time.
Cloud, do you know how to talk? In the afterlife?
Hey, let's go.
Yay!
Oh.
Oh! Wow.
Oh. Oh, you guys didn't see that. You guys didn't see that.
Wait, no,
I
no, no.
was
That's
just
right. You just dropped her on the ground. Ooh.
No, you saw that thing. You saw it. Totally didn't drop.
Oh, no. This way. You're going the wrong way.
Wait.
This way.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, go down the stairs.
Actually challenge. My bad. Found you with the repo last sounds like pasta's glass.
Pastas?
Really?
Who's pasta?
Yeah, who is pasta? What?
Oh. Pasta ravioli? I walked in.
Things will be coming at us, right?
I walked into a room with Wacka, and he's like, it's fine. It can't shoot you if you're crouched.
You used to not be able to aim low. Oh, tick.
Is it gone?
I don't know. I'm taking a chance. Okay.
Oh, it's right there. Ow!
Oh! I must be. How are you? I hope we can make it. That chick was like so close to me. I was like, ah.
Okay. I think we can go. Let's go. Okay, where do we go? Left.
This. Yeah.
Damn it, my stamina.
Thank you.
My stamina.
We made it.
We made it.
Oh my god.
Nice job.
We did it. Ooh. It's like that feeling after you leave a casino and you're like, what day is it, right?
It could always duck and shoot. It can also shoot diagonally if you're above or below, so keep that in mind too. Okay.
I updated it. Okay. There used to be this thing where like you could like grab it with one person and like rotate it down to the floor and then like be able to like get it that way, but they must have fixed that. Because that's how I perished. Well, the tick got me.
I didn't even know there was a tick. What the heck?
That's really gross.
How's everyone?
I hate ticks. 51.
My health is good.
Okay, we still have a 50 in there. Does everyone's health look good, or do we need more?
Mine is good.
Oh, we can play date everything. Yes, Corvus.
Let's go.
Crouch, reset, stamina. I still got good stamina. We have range. We have health upgrade. I mean, I'm still good for health, but
What?
Who needs something?
I would like an upgrade.
Okay, what kind?
What do we have?
Or stamina, sprint.
Ooh, can I get the map player count thing?
I'll get the stamina.
Okay.
Stamina.
Let's see.
Go. Ding.
Oh no!
Get over there. Yeah.
Is this a? Oh, trank gun.
Ooh, I'm gonna get sprint speed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You got bonked.
Just accidentally gets like.
What is that?
I guess you're getting a swirly.
Oh! They think you sound like. I think. Is it Aretha? Sounds like somebody from Venom. Who's blue?
See.
Who's blue?
Somebody's blue.
I'm blue. I'm blue. Da,
I think
ba,
it's
da, da,
you sound like pasta.
Oi!
Oh, yeah.
I think it's this one. There's one over here that one of the tiles comes down,
There.
right? Oh, there's like a secret
Yeah.
sword.
I don't know where.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
Right there. Right there.
It's right there.
Right there.
Go
Toss me up
open.
there. Toss me up there.
Uppies. Uppie them.
Uppies.
Okay.
Uppies. Let's go.
You're supposed to roll. You're supposed to roll. Okay.
Go.
There we go.
There,
Oh, there we go. There we
Okay.
go.
Anything,
Anything
good.
good up there?
Might be dangerous
Alright,
tossing down,
shall
but there you go. That's some grenades.
A grenade.
Oh,
Do-do-do.
more grenades.
Just grenades up here, pretty much.
I'm getting some stamina as well.
That's a good idea.
Stamina.
That's all it's up there.
Stamina.
Terminator.
Damage does a grenade do to a enemy, I wonder.
I don't know.
Or we can put them to sleep.
I never actually
the train gun?
successfully killed a...
Jeez. Now
is
you
it-
get what you get.
Oh.
There.
What?
Revenge has been taken.
Wait.
Smell me. Do I smell good?
Yes. Yes, you do.
Thank you.
Wait.
Okay, so we good? Everyone got what they wanted?
I think yeah.
I could toss
think-
something in.
I think Piper's the kid.
I kind of want to try a grenade, but feel like I'm gonna kill myself doing that.
We'll throw one more health pack in there. Yeah.
I mean, we have the extra money, might as well, right?
Can I
Yeah.
try a grenade?
Yeah,
'Cause-
that's fair.
Because we're
Yeah, go
gonna
ahead.
need it probably eventually.
Okay.
Listen, we won't know until we try at least once.
Yeah.
We have 10k left.
Yeah. Well, we're good. Do we want anything else? That's it.
10k. Da 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 da.
No Trinkton's not much. Yeah, I guess that's it.
Let's-
Unless you want to do another Bob.
I was gonna say let's throw some more health in there for some people, like the health booster.
Yeah. Okay.
Health booster.
There's two
There's
health. Should I
another
grab?
health booster.
Yeah, I'll grab the
Yeah,
other one.
grab both.
Okay.
All right,
There, we're good.
leaves us 4k.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
good. Brr, brr. Ooh. Oh.
Here, my
Oh.
bed. No bugs! No, no.
I'm just gonna knock you out and bring you over here.
Welcome back.
Ooh, look at that, it's fully stocked.
Oh, press T to open chat. Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
I'm gonna go in the corner so I don't explode everybody.
Wait, what was this one? Oh, Sprint. Yeah.
Wait, can you read the
I don't think you can, but
All right. Anybody else want extra health?
wait, is everyone at 100? Is everyone at 100?
Yeah,
100.
I'm at 100. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm at 77. I can take this.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll take the health booster. Yeah.
Wait.
Anybody else want the last health booster?
Oh, I broke that. Okay, can go.
We have one last health booster here.
Did you break our health
Good.
booster?
I can take it.
I'll take.
No.
Okay, you take it. You take it.
No, you.
Oh, why? Why?
Eat it.
But next time you.
Okay.
You gotta use these eyes.
Are they supposed to use the mean mugging eyes?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
What is that, 5 or 6?
I think
Is it 5?
5.
Oh, yeah, 5. 5.
Oh wait.
5.
5.
Got it.
Five.
You got it. Aye.
Next.
5.
Next time you.
Sage says she's ready, but
Oh.
Ah, crap.
Oh.
you guys want to self-destruct and hop in it? Or...
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
It's an explosion party.
Let's go. Watch it.
We're self-destructing.
Okay. Hi, thank you for redeeming your daily golden ticket.
I will win again.
No, you better not. Fuck him.
Don't shut.
No.
I swear to God.
Ah!
The baseball bat is a little OP, honestly.
Oh, Sage wants to know, should they start up the mod one? Are we gonna do mod? Yeah, I know, the hammer heated.
It just got like flung off.
Do we need the
That
mod
bad.
one? I don't think we need the mod one, right?
No, we shouldn't.
No, I don't think we need the mod one right now. No.
Nope.
Unless there's a 7th person, then we...
Yeah, unless there's someone who wants to join after.
Let's see. Add me on Steam.
Viper,
there's
you're right. Yeah.
Hi, sorry about that.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello,
Let me
hello.
switch my audio over to my headphones so that I don't have echo.
Cool.
Echo.
I can hear myself. Echo.
Bumblebee tuna. Bumblebee tuna.
Okay, I got it. Ha! Undefeated.
Thank you for the follow.
Sage, are you streaming?
Probably not.
Okay. I just want to know if we had to add you to the stream together.
Should I? I could. Let me do it.
It's up to you.
Yeah, you can.
Nah, I'm gonna do it. Hang on.
All right.
It didn't take you that much.
It's cool. It's cool. I'm sitting in like a big freaking Udi, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm just gonna be big and fluffy. On here. I'm so cuddly right now. Oh my god, I'm so warm.
That's perfect for January vibes.
Right?
I've never been warmer.
It is cold.
I could turn on my heater, but then the person across the hall who's staying with us can't turn on theirs, so I'd rather than be warm for now. But like I'm at the end of like a 3-story HVAC, so you know, I'm gonna be cold. Okay.
What the heat from your PC doesn't warm you up?
Right?
It's what cooled.
Oh.
You.
It's fine. I'm fine. No one's. It's me. It's fine. So cold. Oh my god. Okay. The traffic was like the worst that it's ever been in my whole life.
Tangia
Well, not my whole life. It was pretty close. It was pretty close. We were at a standstill for over an hour. Yeah, I was not about it.
I mean, that always happens when you have somewhere to be. You're like, what?
Every time.
Oh, hey, those in my chat, there's a Tangia dungeon command join if you want to fight things.
I wish that I knew how to use those commands and things. I don't yet.
Oh, well, if you need help, let me know.
I do. I am.
I would have set to time.
Heavens to Betsy. Okay, let me. Where is this? Where? What am I? Is this real life?
Oh, it's just fantasy. Caught it.
Kind of landslide.
No escape from reality. Open your eyes. Look up to the sky and see. I'm not gonna lie, I normally can never remember lyrics. I'm shocked I remembered all those.
It's like a core memory. You're like, oh yes.
Okay, I'm just calling this Resi Repo.
Resi Repo. I called it playing Repo indigenously. I like Resi Repo. That sounds cool too.
Okay. Alright. Setting that up. Content classification, significant profanity or vulgarity, because who are we kidding?
Yeah, I know. Especially if you get like, you know, squashed by something and say something.
No, there are words that are gonna come out of me that should probably be illegal.
Yeah. They probably are, you know, in Canada or something.
Well, guess where I'm not, and guess what's not my problem.
Repo indigenously, wouldn't that just be land back? I mean, fair enough.
That's a good one. That was really good.
Everything that isn't my.
I hope somebody on your side can quote that for you. That's amazing.
Right? I'm like, I don't even think I have quotes set up.
Oh no. I am ashamed to say that my lead mod likes to go in whenever I'm saying something and like she gets it out of context, and it always makes me sound like a gooner.
A gooner. That's crazy. I want to see one of these clips.
One of the quotes. Okay, hold on. Let's see.
Let's see.
Are you not? I am. Isn't it quote? How do I bring up a quote, Nady?
Quotes must be enabled. At least one quote must be added for future to work.
Okay. Okay, I got my mic. One mic.
That's weird.
working.
Is it because we have a shared chat? Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Game capture audio. Capture sources. Oh, Lord. Okay, application audio. There you go.
Oh, really? Got some clips.
Okay. Well, I guess somebody's doing the same thing to me.
Okay, I think we're good now. I think I'm all set up.
What happened? Why is Streamlabs bot not in the channel? That's weird.
Okay, so am I supposed to add to a stream together thingy?
Yeah. I think we can invite a guest. Can anyone?
You can
I
go.
did send an invite.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Yes. Where would the invite be received? I've never done this before.
Your notifications.
Like in Twitch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On Twitch, on your browser, it should be the little notification box thingy. There'll be a notification there once it comes in.
Okay. Let me go ahead and pull up Twitch because I just went straight from Streamlabs straight into that. Okay, Twitch, let me in. Normally when I stream, I'm streaming like my silly little stuff, without any like advertising or anything. I'm just out here being a little guy.
Look, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I am. I'm just a little guy. Okay. Oh wait. Okay. Notifications. Whack it.
Yeah.
Love it. I have to go on Chrome.
Yeah, I think. Is it Chrome? Wasn't there another
Firefox?
one? Yeah.
Chrome yeah, it works for me on Firefox. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to use
Firefox,
Chrome or
no.
Firefox.
I'm going on Firefox. Nobody can stop me.
There you go. Hey, you got the quotes back, Nighty. Yeah, thank you.
Oh heck! I have to remember my password.
Why
no,
was?
I'm going on Chrome.
It's gone.
This is too complicated, and I'm a problem now. No, I don't have Chrome installed. Jeez! Creators against me today.
No. It's okay. It's okay. We got it. We got it.
Do we? I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best.
That's wild.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, I have nothing. Yeah.
Trouble logging in? Golly gee, boy, do I.
I have no defense. Yeah.
Okay. I've actually been thinking about changing my Twitch name. I don't know if I can do that or anything, but
yeah.
Yeah. But like, I'm thinking about it.
Well,
do you know what you're gonna change it to, or just you wanted something more simple, or you just wanted to change it altogether?
Well, so I've been thinking about going by Infinus Res, but it's like Res like R-E-Z. And because I feel like it begins at the end is kind of sick. And that's as far as I got. Yep.
Like it though. Like
See,
that
I've
you
been
thought
thinking
about
real hard about this. The problem is that I've been thinking.
I feel it. I got ADHD. I get it.
Yeah. Yup. Okay, wait. Now I can figure out what I did. Okay, I'm good. I'm getting there. I'm like 90% of the way there.
91. 3.
Listen, I'm not about to do this. I'm gonna cry. What do you mean that's not my email?
Oh no.
It's fine.
Look at this Internet Explorer user.
I'm
Oh my
experiencing
goodness.
distress.
You need severe IT help.
You got it. You got it. You got it. I believe in you.
I need a vacation. All right, send my password, Linky thingy-majiggy, please. It could take a few minutes to appear. Now. Immediately.
I want it now.
It's my money. Okay, hold on. Oh,
Wow.
wait. Reset path. Okay, cool.
Mako, that hurts. That hurts.
You immediately knew.
Like an engine barely working. Oh no.
Okay.
I'm shutting up and I'm never laughing again.
That's just gonna make it. That's gonna make it harder for you not to laugh. You're like, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it, and then you're gonna laugh harder.
Yep.
Okay. Am I in?
Pull in.
Ha.
Oh no.
I'm in.
Yay!
Okay.
I'm gonna try to tab you guys up and not break my computer. But let's see if I can do
I
that.
believe in you.
Believe in my computer.
And okay. There you go. Elaborate. Please.
Yay! I see you.
Elaborate.
Yay!
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
So you wanna turn off like the camera, turn off the mic,
Yep.
and turn on. Yeah. So then.
I'm on it.
There you go.
Okay.
I find anytime you turn those things on, that's what messes it up the most time. Because it's like, it just uses so many resources.
Got it.
Alright. We ready?
Oh, hello to my dog. My dog has arrived. Yes, we're ready. If you hear loud crunching, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
That's my dog.
We were eating cookies and chips earlier.
Yep.
The people want to hear you. I got you.
Sleep Room Academy.
Let's go.
Okay, it's not too bad. It's not too
All
bad.
right, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Do this.
Okay. What? What? Don't make me pull this car around. I mean, this cart around.
Let's go.
Oh no, not again. Sorry.
Many things over here.
You best not laugh, Waka. People, don't laugh.
Yeah. Stop laughing.
I'm stuffing my face with cookies and...
I stepped on this horn and it lost $500.
Oh no.
So sad.
I've got a youth potion.
A skeleton.
Ooh.
Who's skeleton?
Up here.
Go.
Oh. Pretty.
Is there anything else in here?
No.
Yeah.
Like, I got one of those like outside death whistles, and it was loud.
Okay.
I regretted it.
All right.
Nothing.
I found a bug.
Nothing.
A
Why is this bug worth more than
You have nothing to
my
see.
net worth?
Maybe. The cure for botulism.
No.
Botulism.
Did you break something?
Nope.
Next, we've got to cure the
We're curing
Oh.
botulism over here.
botulism.
Bugs with bugs. Whoa.
Next, the French disease.
Yeah. French disease. Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay.
Hello. How are you? an
The
eyeball.
monster we're dealing with here.
Do you see me?
Oh, that sounds.
Oh my god, that sounds like Sally.
I'm seeing, but like, you know, one eye's
Immediately broke something.
vision.
Oh, you broke something. Ah.
No.
Hello.
How much money we got in our cart so far?
I'm pretty sure it's Knife Hands McGee. That's what I thought I heard.
There's something up here. Oh, it's a potion.
Oh. It's the welcome song. The ghosts are home. They've clocked into work today.
Oh, it's the jewelry, I think.
Well, creepy tricycle just rolled by.
There's a ghost on it. Don't touch it. That's what killed me last time.
I'll buy a tricycle.
Do 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 do.
Hands McGee!
Is it bad? I want to sing Christmas music.
Uh-oh.
No! No! I'm out of stamina.
Oh, hi.
Go hide.
How annoying.
Lady.
What does the bike thing do?
So it's turned into a child ghost thing that like will follow you and keep attacking you as it pumps you through the air.
We have enough to cash out if we want to.
It's Cynthia. Ew.
Should be.
Ow! 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 What did I do? What did I do?
How do I get it off of it?
Grab it! Grab it! Grab it! Try to grab it.
Oh! Where is he? I got it! Got it! Got it!
Okay, I'm trying to set. Ready?
Baby.
Pull up and then down.
Up.
Up. Down.
Up.
Up. Down.
Oh shit!
Did it get me?
No!
Now somebody let go! Okay, up, down.
Up. Down. Up.
Is it working?
Hey, what the fuck?
Up, down, up, down. Did we get it
It's
yet?
not working. Nope.
I'm ready. Ready?
Okay. Okay.
Grab it.
Up.
We need a third.
Working.
Yeah.
Oh.
Grab it.
Up.
Down.
Son of a
Down.
goddamn bitch. Right, leave me alone. I'm
This
gonna
bike
die.
thing is annoying. Somebody else help. No, 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 no.
Yeah, I'm trying to get them out too. Who is this?
Yeah, cutter. Scarecrow thing coming.
Somebody's coming?
Yeah.
What? Die!
We got it a little bit.
Oh shit! Shit! Shit!
I'm trying real hard to get out. Like I'm getting partway there, but I'm gonna definitely die about it.
I didn't think it's
Hey.
indestructible.
I wish
I
I could
think
lift
it's.
this
Oh,
dang box.
we got it! We got it!
We got it. We got it. Yeah.
Yee.
We have a head stuck here.
2,500. Heck yeah.
Hold on, let me see.
Let's go. What is that?
I think it might just be stuck.
What did that happen? Yes.
I got my medical.
The native people are uniting.
Okay, hang on. We almost got it. See, if you grab like the top corner.
Okay.
Corner. And then I grab the other.
Sword lady.
Look at that!
Teamwork makes a dream work.
Woo woo!
I'm bringing you back to jail.
I swear to God. Why are you trying to scare me?
Oh Jesus!
Cynthia- Walking in circles with her. We're going for a walk.
Hey.
How you doing? You come here often?
Sally's over here. Sally's over here.
Yeah,
Oh.
Hey, yo, Sally, you single? Hey!
Come here. Let go.
What do we do? Full help, thank you. How do you? Let me give you some help.
She's damaging our stuff.
Yeah, I give you some help. You're gonna grab the head that
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ow.
So welcome.
Wow.
Oh no, you're crown king.
Get out while you still can. There's 2 of us that have perished.
So we need to find the other one.
What other
Well,
one?
there's 2 in here. I got 2 right here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Do we have enough?
21,000. Yeah, we have enough.
Touch me. Bad touch.
Well, get her to touch you elsewhere. I'm busy.
Oh no.
I'm gonna try and get this past her if I can.
You got the bad touch.
We good?
No, she's
There's
right
3
there.
of us.
She's right there.
3 of us have died. 3 of us. No.
Oh, 3. Okay, we have another death.
Watch out. Quiet. Sally's coming your way. She hears you.
Andy did.
I think she went past.
Yeah, you might be good.
Yep.
Okay. Let's go.
Okay, cool. We got it. Unfortunately, I got the card stuck.
Okay. We're good? We have enough money?
Unstuck. Cool.
Okay.
I got it.
Oh.
The door.
Oh, really? Breaking doors now?
Okay, I don't want to hear judgment. All right, get up and fight me about it. You can't because you're ahead. Might be. Are we good to wait? Are we good to go?
Ooh. Yeah, I think once it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. There.
All right, awesome.
Woo!
The bike.
Hide.
Okay, we're good. We're going. We're good.
Yes.
Run.
Moose, come on!
I'm right here.
We did it, Gamble. We did it. My hands are.
Yay!
Stressing him out.
How was your Friday, Gamble?
Let's poke the ceiling. Poke the ceiling.
Okay, wait, can I have uppies? Ow.
Do. Okay.
Oh,
Hello.
Oh, we're getting the sword?
Oh, what do we get? We have
Tumble climb upgrade.
I just want
What?
stamina.
I just want to
Most
read
of
the.
our,
I'll read the map. I want to read the map.
Oh no!
Friday was pretty
much.
relaxing. I'm waiting
wait.
for my vacation next
We
week.
can't do
to
this.
start.
We
Ooh.
can't do the sword because it costs too much. The sword costs 20k. That'll have to be a next purchase one, or we won't be able to get any upgrades.
Let's go.
Do we have like an upgrade all mod on?
Oh.
I don't think so. I think you have to like choose which one you want. I took a stamina. Anyone else have an upgrade that they want to choose?
Yes. I would like stamina, and if not stamina, crouch rest maybe? Or sprint speed? Sprint speed. What? Beg your father's pardon. Ooh,
Who's trying to blow me up?
No.
oh yeah, sprint speed it is.
Oh, I can't move.
Now listen here.
Okay.
Only one of us here gets a gun, and it's me.
Get over here.
Listen, there's not enough ye in my hall
Wait.
for this kind of thing.
Any
No.
Get over here.
what's everyone's health at?
I'm at 100.
You're at 100?
This
50.
You're at 50?
This is This is
Yeah. No.
my god.
Okay, I'm gonna put a 50 in here. Someone needs a 50.
No, you
So-
can't have it. It's fine.
Okay, how's it going?
Good. Good,
Just
good,
vibing.
good.
Just vibing. Just vibing.
I don't know why you need
Fuck,
to.
what is this?
I don't know. I don't know why you need a 5 pointed and gun at me.
No.
Hey,
All right.
Jesse, how you been?
Okay. So everyone's at 100
No,
then?
I lost it. Where did it go? Gamble, where did it go?
No.
Oh, there it is.
Give me a second.
No!
All the folks here.
Get Okay. Everyone
You ready
good?
to go?
Everyone's health is 100?
Does everybody want to die?
Mine is 50.
Okay, I put it.
The cheap price of a please. I will do this.
I put a 50 in there, so
Oh, a duck barrel.
okay.
So if we,
Barrel
so if we have the duck again, we can put the duck in it, and the duck will no longer be a pest.
Oh.
Barrel roll.
Oh!
Barrel.
Okay.
Barrel
Are we
roll.
ready?
I think. Do you think we're gonna have duck this time?
I don't know. When did we get the duck? The second round or the? Oh, yeah, it was the second round because the third round is when we died, right? Okay.
Yeah. Let's
You
get the
ready?
duck barrel just in
Okay.
case.
Okay. Let's go.
Bye.
Okay.
How do you? Okay.
All right, let's go. Roll out. Woo.
In the corner.
Yes, time.
Don't look at me.
Look at me.
Mm.
Don't look at me.
Do not perceive me.
Yeah, exactly. Hi, Laura. How are you? Thank you for the chocolate. No jumping.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Okay, I wanted a sprint speed. That's stamina. That's stamina.
This one's sprint right here.
Okay, I'll
here,
change
this
it.
one. Okay.
Oh wait, this
Here.
is one of the brushes that I like. No, Necto, do not get an idea.
Okay,
How dare you think?
whoever was 50, that one's right there is a 50. Take
It
the health
should
if you're
work
50.
in any game where the space
Oh, yeah,
button
that's a good question.
is the jump. So
That's a good
sometimes
question,
it
though.
works, sometimes it doesn't. It's kind of iffy. That's why it's really low.
Does
Okay,
anyone
whoever
believe
was-
in New Year's resolution? Belly button have free.
I'm at. There you go.
I'm not very good at accomplishing them. But yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to switch it to goals because New Year's resolutions are like
Yeah.
eh.
Yeah, I make a lot of resolutions and I don't do.
Yeah. I saw
but
that
I
you're
do-
trying to do a fitness one.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get the outline of my first book done.
Oh, nice.
Let's go. You're making a book.
Yeah, I made a whole world build, and guess what? It's hella indigenous.
Nice.
Ooh,
But
nice.
it's fantasy. It's indigenous magic.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I like that.
All right.
All
Do we
right.
just leave the duck barrel in here and we just get it when we need it? I've never used it.
Yeah.
I think so.
If we come across that evil lady who you can't get away from, I'll sacrifice and I'll kill her. Because I just don't want to face her.
Sacrifice.
Little darling.
Oh, hello.
Ooh. We got a cup. We
With
got a
the
cup.
spring I thee wed.
Got a cup. 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 Got a cup.
I'm your child.
Okay.
What?
Huh?
Huh?
Oh, there's a head. There's a head. There's a floating head.
Is it the chompy head?
Yeah.
Yeah, the big floaty one.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It went down the hallway.
There's something here. Oh, music box. Okay.
Oh, we got a TV.
Got a TV.
No. Come on, Slender baby. Oh, hey, there's something over there. You see it?
The one that tosses. Ah! Big head! Big head!
I believe there's a big head over there. There's nothing in here. I was just running back in here.
There's a TV right around
Oh.
the corner over here.
Okay.
Two-person discard.
All right. Here we go.
I think I heard the huntsman humming. I might be wrong.
How can I get you?
I think we're good to bring this back now.
Yeah, because we have to go unlock the second one anyways. So okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. So we can go look for that one.
Yeah.
Where's the head?
Oh, there's the kid. Don't look. It'll yoink you.
The head is down that hall there.
Okay.
Oh, wait, there's a hall there. Space you ever been? Yeah.
I'm wondering what's over here real quick.
No.
I'm turning in.
Where's the cart?
The cart's at the thing because they unlocked the.
Oh, I did already.
Mhm.
Okay, there's that thing.
It looks like there's another thing.
With a rhino.
Oh wait, can we?
Which way did everybody go?
Are we close?
This way, I think. We gotta go find the other.
Oh, here, over here.
Ooh, another TVE. I found another TV. Does anyone know where the cart is?
Yeah, it's way back here. Pretty full.
Is it pretty full already? Do. Okay. Or she could just drag it. Ah! Okay. Oh my god, is that far? Jesus. Oh, hey. There's a TV here.
All right.
You want to bring the cart through? Okay.
Wait, what is that? Oh, it's laughing?
No, it was the baby. The baby yoinker. My plan will not work.
Alright. We have 11,000 in the cart.
Okay.
Okay. I'm like so locked in.
Yeah. Some more gold.
Where else can we find fun, entertaining items?
Bruh, my fingers are actually. This is the time.
Entertaining items.
Fun, entertaining item. Or actually,
Got it.
Ooh, ocarina. All right, now let's start running back.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go.
Wee.
Oh shit.
Oh no!
I thought I made it underneath. No.
Use the force.
Alternatively,
there we go.
run.
You got him. I swear
There
to
we
God.
are. Oh,
Just one?
welcome back.
Thank you. But hide. I think like.
Help me! Help me! Help me! Help me!
The kid is right.
Dang it! I was trying to wasn't getting me, and then he was. No.
Yeah, he was because you were stuck behind the leg of the table.
Mm-hmm. Should have just ran for it with my tiny little stamina.
It is.
You can't get me like 3 steps, and then be like.
I'm sad. I'm gonna hang out here with you, Moon.
Yeah.
Cowards.
What do you need? No, no, no.
Oh, he's coming back. He's coming back.
Oh.
Oh. Nom nom. Oh, got you. And this is where everything falls apart.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Viper the hero.
Come on. Oh, you're not supposed to come here. Oh, this guy's so annoying.
It's just in the way. It's in the way. All right, I'm gonna go grab a drink. Well, I'm being revived.
Okay. 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 Thank you, Rain, for checking in. Hello. Welcome in.
You got all of us?
Holy.
There's one more.
Oh, wait, she's not coming back. Come back!
I think you only get one res.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Okay,
Is
so.
that it then?
Well, there's. I think.
Aretha's
Wait.
head is still out there.
Oh no,
Oh, they're still
Aretha.
dead. Yeah, we should
All right.
just.
We gotta get Aretha. Unless.
They're coming back with the head. Coming back with the head.
Ready?
We could just go back to the lobby.
Oh no, here we go.
Oh, let's go.
Got it. Yeah.
Nice job.
Yay!
Alright.
Yeah, do it. Do it. Do it. Oh. Come on.
What? Should I press the button?
Yeah, is that everybody? Let's go.
I read the sheet noises.
Why is this so hard?
It's just like hitting and rotating. Like what's happening? Also,
Did you
Cloud's
have to
dead.
ask the that way?
Barrel's
That
so
was
heavy.
funny.
It's gonna take a
Like
lot of
you're,
encounters, Rain.
You're all cowards, and then you died. Yeah, the last word.
Cowards! Dead.
It's almost 4 a.m. Oh my
Do, do,
god.
do.
I made it back.
How are you awake right now?
Ah, that dang duck. It hits me every time without fail. I'm staying in.
I'm gonna die a lot, so I'm probably gonna.
Oh, I'm gonna definitely need some health.
I'm 71.
Oh yeah, I need some help.
Oh, ow, ow!
What is happening?
Where's this duck come from?
Oh, the duck. The duck's in the.
The duck got explosive all of a sudden. Jeez.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Okay, I have. Oh, ah!
Strong. Tumble.
Okay.
Well, living
Get
true
up there.
dream, I guess.
Get up there. Okay. Jeez. There's a human grenade up here. That's it.
Just a grenade.
Yeah.
I want stamina.
Here.
I need mine.
Hi Zeffy, thank you so much for your lurk. Appreciate you.
Wait, this is a 25. Okay, how much do we have? Because I only have 51.
I have one.
I have one.
Oh, Jesus. How many do we have?
I
We
think
have
we're-
a 50 and we
150.
have 150.
I got 80.
Should we
Oh,
put
we
some
could
more
do-
health?
Nope.
I feel like
Here-
we need
here's
more
another
health.
There you go.
Because we
Why
can
was I removed from my.
we can split it.
I like
There we go.
your mouth moves when you opened up your can. It's like
I'm.
Clip it. Clip it.
Oh, so close.
No. I don't think there's any mods here today. It's just
Oh,
all
oh,
in the air.
Oh no.
No, this is
Here.
what you do. This is what you do.
hide. I can hide all my hide.
Can you do me the honor and
Uh-oh.
Who are you bullying?
Oh no.
Can you push it?
Wow.
Bang.
Wow.
That is.
Okay,
I know what to do.
we're good. I think we're.
Yep, we're good. Or something got taken out of the thing.
Oh,
Run!
Here.
no, it should be. There we go.
There's a chaos bringer.
Where we going? Where we going, huh? Huh?
Good, good.
I jumped in.
There was 32. Where did that other one go? Oh, ah.
There we go. Alright, I'm flying.
Right.
Let's go.
My
Request.
Once I get much. Yeah, that happens a lot.
Hurry, here we go. Let's go to the powwow.
More than ours, because I can kind of do pretty much everything myself.
No.
Just not, yeah. There's some days where I join like events like these, but I'm just crazy.
Get out of here.
Bye, duck.
What? That didn't work at all.
The duck's bouncing. No.
All right, there we go.
Mhm.
I need 100.
I got 100.
Just kinda. I want.
Does
stamina.
anybody want this stamina upgrade?
Me.
Yup.
I need a 50. I will.
Thank you.
I will.
Oh my goodness,
I don't
I'm getting raided.
Let's go.
Oh, nice. Good
Hi.
job.
Oh my god. Hi.
Is it
How are
everyone's health
you?
good?
Hello.
I'm at 100.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Here, well,
80. It's good enough.
Here, I'll move these over here.
Welcome in. Hi, Raiders.
We
My
can
name
take
is
these for later.
Carmelita Cloud. If you guys don't know who I am, I'm a variety streamer. I'm an indigenous streamer. I play a variety of different games. I'm also ADHD, autistic, and ADHD. So we have a lot of neurodivergent love here in this channel. So yeah, come and hang out. How are you? How was your stream? What are you up to? Tell me all the things. Thank you for the follow. Hi.
Thank you for the follow.
Hello. Stream is so fun. Yes. Hello, Milk. Hello, Angel Puppy. Hello, Kirath. Oh. See you later. Thank you so much for the see you later.
Maybe I should do that.
We got it.
You played some Peak? Oh my god, how amazing is that? I'm not good at Peak, but I try it every time and then I like rage. I rage out. So that is how I feel. I'm playing with my team members from the Indigenous Association. If any of you guys who rated in are Indigenous and are curious about the Indigenous Association, I do have a panel down below. You can click on it, go to the link tree, and read all about it, learn about it, and join if you want. So I think everybody is respectively pretty bad at Peak, though. Only a few people have I seen. Are you good at it though?
If I don't get sabotaged by my friends, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For no reason, yeah. Thank you, my Psyduck. My Psyduck was a gift from my partner, one of my partners, Lamech. So, it was a Christmas gift. I mean, it could be a birthday gift too. I mean,
Wow. Does it always take this long to travel there?
No, we have to click.
I was just thinking, wow, this is the longest ride ever.
Also, you guys are more than welcome to raid and fun. That take care of yourself. Completely acceptable. Lurking is also very much appreciated. Mostly just going to be vibing, playing repo. But if you do say anything, I will try my best to keep up with chat. But I do lock in a little bit. I do lock in. Yes. Thank you so much, Milk. Nice seeing you again. Go take care of yourself. Much love.
Christmas gift. No.
Oh no, the museum.
Here, I'll give you a shout out real quick.
Oh my god, I moved those nicely over there and it just spawned back there.
You're like, I organized that.
I know, it was nice. I had it stacked nicely in the side.
Okay, you guys, I got this. Wait, do we have like a 25 health pack?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, it's a couple.
Okay, can I take
Oh no! Everything's frozen.
Go. Thank you. Oh.
Oh. Are you good?
Who's frozen?
Hello?
Who's frozen?
Who's frozen?
Oh,
I think Sage is frozen.
Oh no!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Come
Are we
back.
missing her? I think we're missing Stage.
No, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Oh.
No, 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 no.
Also, chat. I did get to meet. I did get to meet Milk at TwitchCon, which was fantastic.
I wish I could go to TwitchCon.
Basketball game tomorrow.
Will you be able to go like maybe just like this year?
Probably not.
Oh, look, there's a tea set. Can I? Do I have to pick up this whole thing? Oh my god, no. Y'all, I need help. There's this big tea set that's like 18,000 over here. I need help. I don't want to. I think I gotta pick up the whole thing.
Blink. I am blinking the back. Thank you.
Let's move this over.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Grab the
Got
handles.
it. Grab the handles.
Yep.
Okay. I got it.
Whoa! I don't think I've ever seen that before. What? Okay. Okay.
There we go. Look at that. That tea set alone is 18,000.
Nice.
I do have.
I think I heard a duck.
It's just in a combined chat. I don't know.
A duck.
Oh, a hand. It looks like the rice. Is it
Jesus.
the rice-a-roni hand? Or
Oh. Oh. There's gnomes. There's gnomes.
Oh, gnomes. Oh, frog guy.
Stop, kill the gnomes.
I'm trying. Watch out! Watch out!
The eye got me.
Oh. 319K. We should take this back.
Yeah. Before things get destroyed.
Someone died.
No! Yes. We already lost.
I had to leave the ugly hand.
Should I go? And like
Let me go
ahead of
bring you
everybody?
back.
Bring me back to life.
What shenanigans? Look, okay.
What's in here?
Ooh, it's a campfire. Ooh, it's a hand.
Oh,
Yeah.
Assuming that's the only one.
I think it was from
Yep.
another stream. That makes sense. Oh, the frog!
Whoa!
Grab it, quickly
Wow.
grab it and kill it.
What's up, dude? Freaking.
Let's grab it and bonk it. No! Help! Grab it. Up, down. He's too heavy. Down. Up, down. Up, down.
Damn it!
Oh, he got me!
Ah. I couldn't grab him.
I got him.
Down. Up. Down. Up.
Up.
Down.
Is he even getting
down.
hurt?
Right?
I don't think he's getting hurt. Crap. Can we throw
Should
him
have
in the hole?
grenade or something.
All right.
Okay.
The cart.
Yeah.
Is everybody still alive now?
Yeah, I think so.
So.
All
I
right.
don't think anyone else died. It's just me.
The frog on the right.
Oh, jeez. I have 1 health. Hold on. Okay. I don't want to waste my I don't want to waste the health. But I need more than one.
We're gonna find it. probably on the other side.
Golden fishy. Golden fishy. Fishy, 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 fishy. Fishy.
Okay.
Back here.
There's an
Do we
art
put the
piece
big
thing.
item in there?
Should we try it? Is it heavy? How heavy is it, do you think?
Yeah. Think it might be a 3-person job. Let's
do
try.
do I have a third?
Or-
Okay.
Well, Viper was behind me.
Okay. Ready?
Well, let's see what we can do.
Okay.
Yep. Rotate. Rotate.
Might have to do it like.
Hold on. Gonna try and pull it in. Push it in if you can. Oh.
Good?
There.
Oh,
Good.
good enough.
Ooh. Let's try and lift its feet
Okay.
towards the
back.
up and in. Yeah.
Okay.
Now push it in.
Okay.
Push it in. Push it in. Ugh.
I think
I
it's
think we might have to reorganize here.
Yeah. There? Like that?
Yeah,
I think
feet are
that's
in.
good.
Yep, feet are in.
There we go. Can that get in there? There we go.
Yep.
Look at that. There we go. Maybe just move this a little bit. This guy a little over. There we go. There we go.
There we go.
Look at that. Look at that.
Now we got some. Oh!
Oh, now we just gotta do. Oh, I was gonna say all we have to do is survive. To be honest,
Oopsie daisy.
I think I'm stuck. Hold on. I think we may need to. Here. Oh. Okay.
There we go.
Good, good. Good, good, good.
Good, good. Let's. Gotta take this nice and slow.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to open up the map and guide me.
Oh shit!
Just like you. Hello.
Hello.
You guys are taking the big bunny.
Yeah.
Big bucks.
Yep.
Let's see. We're gonna go straight. Keep going straight.
Straight.
And then we're gonna turn left.
Left. Whoa.
How do I meet
More
this?
left. Straight.
I think you have to do push to talk.
Ooh, I hear laser frog.
Yeah, there's a laser frog
And left. You need to go through that door.
uh.
Oh, you need to go through that door.
We can back up. Back and then to the left. But definitely smack. Extra sugar. Smells good.
Okay.
Let's see.
And then we're gonna turn right. On the right of the door. The right way. Yep.
Just gonna make sure that the coast is clear.
Oh shit. Oh
Yeah,
shit.
behind
Oh
you
shit.
guys.
Behind us. Okay. We need to go left.
Left.
Left, left, left.
Left.
Just have to go around the door. So to the right.
Yeah.
And then straight a little
Yeah.
to the left. Going straight. Left.
Okay, yeah.
And then we have stairs, and then we're good.
Alrighty.
We have to go upstairs. Okay.
We also have a golden poop here worth like 10k, just so you guys know.
Okay, so we have to put this in there, and we also have to put the poop in there all at the same time.
Yeah. So yeah, just push that in, and then like the three of us, we could lift this poop in and drag it real quick.
Right. Ready? Okay, here.
All right, let's go.
Open this. Open this.
Dust.
There we go.
Let's go.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Just let go. Let go. Let go.
That might break. It's kind of sticking out. Uh-oh.
I mean, there's
It's
nothing
gonna
we can do.
That sucks.
That's still good. That's still good.
Still 40k.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get out of here.
Okay, now we gotta run back.
Oh, frog.
No.
What's the frog? No.
Okay.
Frogs are clear. Everybody else?
Oh shit. Get out of here, gnome. Okay.
Two more.
We're missing
Sage
one.
Connected you.
Sage disconnected.
Okay. And
we have Moose. We're missing Cloud.
oh no.
Kill some gnomes.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
We're missing one.
Cloud. I think we go.
No. No, 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 no. Oh shit.
Oh crap, we go.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Oh no.
I was like up
Pluto,
upstairs.
Oh my goodness. We were gonna come back for you, and then the frog came.
Oh, I saw. Yeah.
It was like, oh my god.
I saw. He was so close to. Was it you? Had
it
you
me?
like right up there?
It was.
I don't know. Super close. It was like that scene from Alien when the alien's like really close to Sigourney Weaver's face.
Right?
It's like, oh my god.
Do we go and
Yeah. How do we get?
do we go next round and get Sage back?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we'll have to go from the beginning probably.
Yeah. Because
I feel like
I'm up for it.
we just get better and better every round.
Practice.
Mm-hmm.
Next tournament, have us as your team, and we'll take first place.
Exactly. Oh yeah, that's right. Self-destruct.
Oh.
Self-destruct in the map, I think.
Oh, in the map.
Headman Manor. Oh.
What am I doing alive?
Later, Gator. Moo. Oh no.
And now I get my crown back.
Oh, jeez.
Not if I get the,
No!
Lock in, lock in.
baseball bat.
Oh, shoot.
You guys don't have nothing.
I have.
Goodbye, Aretha.
No! No! No!
I told you the bat is broken. It's like way overpowered.
I agree.
Wow.
I spawned right on top of that. I'm like, okay.
I was trying to hide behind that big cup.
And then you tried to pick it up.
I know. I was like, oh, this is too heavy. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
Oh, I don't have Sage on my friends list.
Oh, say
Well, whose fault is that?
Hi.
Yeah,
That's Sage's fault.
Wait, that's fair.
Wait, did you?
There we go. All right, we ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right.
perchance.
I just
Perchance.
need to do
Mayhaps.
mayhaps.
Good one.
Oh, thank you so much for the hydrate.
Let's go.
Again.
That's the speedrunner here. I agree. Speedrun.
Let's go.
Speed run.
Wait,
I
where's
don't
the
speed
door?
run anything. I'm too slow. Ooh.
I'm not judging, but I'm judging.
Really?
Sounding like a zombie.
Ooh.
I'll get you guys.
There's a cup.
I get a fucking little sunshine.
Right there. For you guys.
Whoa.
Take me away.
There's a dude with balloons in there, and I don't like him.
Oh, there's cash in here. There's cash in the bottom one.
But the balloons.
Oh.
Do you want to look at them? Do you want to look at them?
No, they leave the balloons behind. They're fine as long as you don't touch the balloons. Just don't touch the balloon.
What about the dudes?
That's fine. He's fine as long as you just don't touch the balloon. Wow. Didn't even say excuse me. Jeez.
What a dickhead.
That child.
I think I'm gonna take this back. Oh wait, no.
well.
Wait, no.
I'm just not gonna.
Oh wow, there's like two of them. Ah, shit.
Leave me alone! No! No!
Oh shoot. I lost some money.
I don't like that he disappeared.
Oh, I don't like that. Ooh, I am not a fan.
I have cash. Where's the thing?
It's the card's way back there.
See it?
Oh, nice. Don't touch the balloons. Don't touch the balloons. Don't touch the balloons. Okay. Oh,
There's a pocket
my
watch thingy.
father's timepiece.
Okay. How much money we got? How much money we need?
We have enough.
We do? Oh, we do have
Yeah.
enough.
It's just like
Oh.
if we want to get more money.
That's fair.
Okay.
Well, that's probably because we can get more like upgrades and stuff.
Mhm.
Wow, there's a lot of you children. Okay.
Yeah, it's a whole birthday party over here.
All right.
don't know what's wrong.
Hi, Dragon. How are you? What is that? Oh,
Oh my gosh. I'm
I'm fine.
fine.
We'll see.
Perfectly fine underneath the bed.
Fine.
Ted.
this is like really intense way.
What do you mean?
No!
Weak then, Dragon.
Damn it!
Are you okay?
I took some damage.
Or sheet. Oh.
We gotta
or
go
sheet.
that way, but there's all these balloons.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm just degrading the.
That is close.
Oh.
Oh, you can pop it.
Did you knock me into it? Don't. Why? Why? Yeah! Get away from me! Get away from me!
Wait. Where's the?
I moved it because that boy was putting up balloons.
Oh, where's the car? Is it?
Where's
It's
the
all the way
cart?
back there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's get out of.
It's skedaddle. Let's go do this one and then we got a lot.
Did we get the head?
Going the right way.
Because somebody just exploded.
I have someone
Yeah.
Ted.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got sages.
We'll do
Ooh,
a head.
something up
We'll,
here.
we'll do a head count.
Can you get the thing up here?
I don't know.
No, I can't get it.
Wait. Can you jump on my head? Try to jump on my head.
Squat down. There you go.
No.
No.
Ah!
Oh wait, use the cart.
Oh, okay. Here, wait, bring the cart. We need to use it to...
Okay.
right.
Climb on it.
Okay.
I'm mad.
Whoops.
Did you get it?
Nope.
Stupid baby.
Oh.
I can lift you up if you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go small.
Oh.
Hello.
Busy with work and such? Yeah, I feel that.
Oh, you scared the heck out of me.
Everybody okay from the party people?
I can lift you if you
Yeah.
tumble. You press
Oh.
Q.
Pew?
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Whoop.
You got it?
No, I rolled into... Oh, no, there it is. Okay, grab it.
Got it.
There we go.
Oh, it's 1,000. That's 1,000. That's
Right?
nice.
It's worth it. It's worth it.
Heck yeah.
Look at that. Okay. Okay. You ready?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm assuming there's no more dead people. But...
Oh, it looks like somebody's bringing something
Oh, okay.
on the map.
Got a ring.
Oh, I can take a bath. Oh.
Ooh, you got something?
Ring.
Ooh,
Whee!
yay. Okay.
Yay!
All right. We all good? We got how many
Yeah, yeah.
people?
But we're missing one, it looks. Oh,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, there's
Is
a
it
sixth
just you?
person.
Oh, me? Oh, yeah, yeah.
Just
Oh,
you,
okay.
though.
Okay.
Come
Okay.
on over here.
Okay.
Okay.
He's good.
Oh. We are in the ads, everybody. That was the first time I saw those children balloons. Crazy.
That's
Which
the
they're
first time
right
I've
next to us.
That's the first time I've seen
Stupid
multiple. I've only seen
freaking
usually
baby.
one. Why are you
Stupid
staring
freaking
at
balloons.
me? Okay, you don't need to cry. I didn't mean to yell. Sorry.
How's it going?
All right. Hold on. All right, guys. No jumping, no biting.
Judge.
hey, jumpies.
Uppies. Yippee!
Yippee!
herd animal, aren't I?
Herd animal.
Okay.
Just following the crowd. Next, you're gonna jump off a bridge, and I'll be like, my mother was right.
I wanted stamina.
Okay.
I also would like a stamina very much, if there is one.
I'm gonna grab a health upgrade.
We're not.
Was there only one stamina?
Range it is. Slim pickings. In the future, if I start one up, I have a so there's like client side and there's like server side.
Oh, I'm getting rated again. Sorry guys, I'll be right.
Yeah.
I have the server side mod that lets us have all the upgrades together.
Hello, everyone.
Should be nice.
So I do eventually want the sprint, but it doesn't help me when our stamina is only 40.
I would say let's just buy all the upgrades.
Just buy them and.
Oh wait, we're
already at 17, so we have too much.
Oh, wow. I Kobe'd that grenade.
Oh
Damn,
wow.
I'm good.
All right. We good? I think we're good.
I think we're good.
We're good. We're good. We're good. Okay, let's go.
Now, here's what we do to our popular streamers.
Our popular streamers?
And also welcome back from the ads. What is happening to me? Something is happening to me. Oh,
somebody!
Nice try. Nice try.
Got lucky.
My mic settings are so good. Thank you. I spend a lot of time on my mic settings, honestly. I love you too, Peachy. How was well, I'm assuming you were playing I'm assuming you were playing the chasey scary puzzle game. I can't remember the name of it.
Let's go.
What is it? Outlast Trials. Outlast Trials.
Right. Yes.
How was Outlast Trials?
Range upgrade. That's helpful.
Yeah.
I'll take the strength.
Range.
There we go. It was. I hate to raid and run, Cloud, but yes, it's fine. You're absolutely welcome to raid and run, Bree. Thank you so much. Much love to you. Thank you so much for hanging out. Say hello. It was something. I feel like your saga of whatchamacallit? Outlast Trials is getting better though. Like every time I see you, like you're doing it by yourself or like with one other person. You seem to be doing well, seem to be locked in, knowing what you're doing. It's really great. Yeah. Bree was losing
Everybody
herself.
under
Oh
the
no.
bench. You wanna know where we're at?
What? Oh my god.
You heard nothing! Go back to your chat!
What are you even saying? What?
Okay, did anyone press the button this time?
No.
I pressed it. I pressed it.
Whose is this? This
Yours, take it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel it.
Okay, where are we now? McJack Station.
So, Peachy, what are you taking a break at for the night, or like what's your plans for the evening? What's your plans for tomorrow, Peachy?
Whew.
Wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. Wheels on the bus go round and round, all through the town. Yeah, look at you rolling around.
Camera!
Yay!
Camera!
Oh, I plan on joining the keeper. Me too, Peachy, me too.
It's a bonsai tree.
Yes.
Oops, sorry. What is that?
Fields of Mysteria? Oh, okay. Hold on. I'll help
Okay.
you carry it so it doesn't like break.
Thanks.
Camera.
Why are you crying? Hmm? No crying. No, no.
Camera.
I swear to God. No.
Okay.
Sure is farting.
2002.
I fixed my audio today.
It'll be so sad.
Farming game and loving it. Nice.
is that a
I'm gonna be
dog?
starting
200.
to play Blue Protocol because Lavender Field has been asking me to join, so I'm gonna do that shortly too.
Have a fan.
I have to finish
Oh my god.
the
Yeah,
dispatch first.
That's crazy.
Oh, we got
Are you happy?
enough to cash this in and then go
Emperor
find spot
helped
2.
me fix it today.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Do it. Do it.
Dispatch is good. I enjoy it.
Bill's
It's
here.
fun. Huh? How do we do this?
Wait, we have an explosive barrel. Hey, question, crazy question. If we use an explosive barrel, can we blow up the giant head?
Yeah.
Hey,
Hypothetically.
alright, cool. Well, hypothetically, there's a head, and here's a barrel.
Hey, Nighty, here's a
Who wants
thought.
to do science?
When I start playing it, we should get on the same server, and then you can play with me, and you can help stream with me, right?
Big head, big head, big head, big head, big head, big head. Close the door.
Right.
I need to be quieter. I have 3 roommates.
Jerk, this game? Not a chance.
He ate me through the door. He ate the door and me. I wasn't even the one making noise.
Well, that just cleared it.
What?
Chicken, what?
Excuse me?
Chicken.
Excuse me? Arriva Dergi, fucko!
What? I'm finally my home for. Okay, that's fine.
People die.
That's fine.
I was called a chicken, and I had to die about it.
I didn't
Thank you
even
for closing the door. Oh,
I didn't even make any noise. The door was closed, and they saw me, and they murdered me. It ate through the door.
At
And
least I
everything.
have my bonsai tree. No! Stop it! My bonsai tree! My bonsai tree! You squished my bonsai tree.
Wow. He's just eating all of her.
He's so mad.
My bonsai tree.
Oh.
My bonsai tree.
What's up, guys? Oh my god, there's
No
3
one ever
heads
really
here.
dies in dairy.
There's 3 heads.
Oh, we can get medication. Yeah, look at that. Hello, Drow. How are you?
Crazy.
Okay.
be less loud.
Okay. If I flip it this way. Oh,
I've
that's
never
funny.
been any one of those.
Okay. We have 15,000. I got squished too.
Not really.
I do refer to you as a tree sometimes. But I feel like a lot of people are trees too. Did you clip that, 90? I mean, not 90, PG. Thank you for the clip. Okay.
Very cool.
I'm doing all right. No! Oh no! Hold on.
You probably should just carry the gold.
Carry the fan? Oh, the sack, not the fan.
The sack takes up so much space.
Okay.
Maybe I'll take it out.
Thank you.
I found a pretty ceiling light.
Wait. Maybe it'll.
Kind of
There. Look. It seems to fit. Oh,
Oh,
one
no.
of the heads fell out.
Oh no!
I'll carry
Every
the
single
head.
time I talk, I get thrown out of the car.
Oh, I died. It was really funny.
I just know I'm gonna break it once I see the head again.
Just like drop it and run. Like,
Oh no, that's me.
It's gotta be straight. It's still in the park. Yeah.
I hear it. every time I. Yeah.
Oh, we only need 9K. We're good.
Let's go.
I'm just gonna bring him back.
Okay.
I don't know if I got this glitch. I think I got mine.
Oh, there we go. I think that's how I mute myself.
I feel. The head's coming. The head's coming. The head's coming. The head's coming.
The head's coming.
Sorry.
Bitch. Ooh.
I just threw it in there.
I'm so mad. Where's the head? If I die a second time. Surely I could not be murdered by the head a second time.
Surely not.
Mm-hmm.
Where is he?
He's somewhere down that hallway. Oh, he's coming. He's coming.
Oh my god, we're gonna get got. I stuck him. That was good. I
Felt good about myself.
Hiding behind a door didn't work for you last time.
Because I was too much in the corner.
That's me in the corner.
Spot.
That's me in the spot.
Using my religion.
What is this, Footloose? There be no dancing in this town.
Right?
I dance when I want to. I'm dancing. Grandpa! I just want you to know, while I was doing that, I was wiggling my butt chair, so I was both in-game and out of game, moving and grooving. I was this way.
Oh yeah, let's walk towards it. Let's see.
Isn't that what they do in horror movies?
Hello?
Oh shit, there's the head.
Buongiorno, he says.
Good luck with that.
How do you make it work?
Explosion thing? I think it's just.
Oh, hey. Hey, remember that question I had about the explosive barrel and the dude?
Yeah.
Yep.
You want me to just bring him over here and see if he just pounces down on that thing?
Do we think if we throw something at it, will it go off?
Yoo-hoo! I don't know.
Wait, is everyone else alive?
I mean, you know what? If we should leave while we're ahead. You know, like look at us. How many times have we left a place with all of us alive?
Yeah, there's the eyeball. There's the eyeball. Help! Help!
Oh shit!
Oh, I was just talking about it. I was just saying. Oh, look, we're gonna leave here alive. And then what is happening? We're not. I can't.
I got somebody.
Oh,
Wait, hold on.
God. Did
Hold
we
on.
all die? Or are we good?
No. Who we missing?
People at the eyeballs.
Oh.
They're probably stuck looking at it. Oh, there's a head here.
Okay.
There's one person.
Okay, so we
One
got
more.
4 here. Is there 2 more in here?
Oh, it's back. Okay, I'm back. Hi.
There's one green. Say
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're missing a 6th person.
Are you now?
Okay.
We are.
Gotta look on your map.
Who are we?
Oh
missing?
no! Oh no!
Is it the head? Is it the head? Oh god.
Guys, if I lean like this on my camera, do you think I can see it?
He's not in here.
No. Okay.
What are we gonna do?
Who wants to?
Who's missing?
Who wants to be the whack it?
Oh.
We'll have to wait out the head. Take forever. Oh yeah. He's coming.
Oh shoot.
Well, that's just darn unlucky, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Do we leave while we're ahead?
Warped.
No comments.
Yangy.
Mm-hmm.
I love drinking aloe drink because I get to chew on it. I'm so cozy in this hoodie right now. Holy. I don't think I've ever been cozier in my life.
We should probably just start it, eh? Because I don't have any more revives. I feel like whack
Yeah.
is too deep in there.
Yeah, we should do that.
Oh! What the?
1, 2, 3.
I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
Do it.
Let's do it. I don't even know.
Whoever
I wouldn't
we
even know
left
where
behind, I'm sorry.
I won't even know where the faintest idea where to even look for that person.
Honestly,
I
we
was
could have done
right at the end of the hallway, around the corner.
No.
Sorry.
Doesn't the map show like little red circles for where the heads are?
Yes, but I forgot.
I was looking and I didn't see it on the map. That's why I was confused.
I'm not gonna take any.
Oh,
upgrades 'cause
okay,
I think
okay.
I've got
I was
maybe
like,
one
what?
left in me, and then I gotta.
That's fair.
I've been up since early because I worked and I didn't want to.
Oh, me too. It's not fun.
Not only that, I worked and then I drove an hour away to continue working, and then I had a cool conversation that lasted a long, long time, and then I drove an hour back, and now I'm tired.
I need health.
Okay. I also need health. I'm only at 51 though, so I don't need like a lot of health though.
I'm at
Tired
1.
and I want to.
I'm at 1.
Jeez.
Cuddle the puppies.
I'm planning on it.
I think I only need like a
cuddles.
25.
Puppy cuddles, gotta love the puppy. I just puppy cuddles. Uptime.
Wait, you see that?
Just pulls up.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone want any upgrades?
Is that what?
I think there's
I threw
only.
Stam in there.
Can I do that? Is that
Anyone
Hello,
gonna need take strength and
Maori?
and fight some people?
Hello.
Oh, wait.
How are you?
Oh, wait.
Welcome
I'll
in.
take.
Fighting people sounds fun.
Yeah, take.
I'm really
Rank.
Thank you. It's very sweet of you. Thank
Yeah, if
you.
someone takes strength, they can fight the monsters.
What do we get?
There's a stamina upgrade over here.
Ooh, can I have the? Wait.
I could do a stamina. Someone else wanted stamina last time, or did you grab it?
You know what? I'm gonna get a spree.
We are out
I'm
of
gonna do the
cash.
action.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
Fine.
We can get more.
How are you this evening?
We're
Maori?
professionals.
We're profesh.
We're professionals. It's fine. We'll get.
We're as professional as those on the council.
All right, this is gonna be my sacrificial round. I bet you're wondering why I've gathered you all. The answer is simple. Today is my funeral.
What?
Yes.
Whoa.
I will be dying in the most spectacular of ways. Or like a really boring way, but you have to tell a different story.
What will this be? Okay.
Yeah.
Remember me. Alexa, play Despacito. Alright, we got 2 more upgrades. Who's taking them?
A stam and a speed.
I think I was gonna do another stamina.
Stamina.
Oh, did you want stamina?
There we go.
Oh.
Here.
No.
No.
No,
Do you want it?
no, I hide.
You hide.
You can't see me.
I can
Give
see
her
you.
the stink eye.
I can see you.
Take it.
I can see you.
Take it.
All right. I will.
I didn't know that, Dragon. Thank you.
Oh, I did take this 25.
Apparently, you can break the health things to bring back full health.
Oh.
That's cool.
Oh.
Athena's very upset about that, as you can see.
Oh. Oh.
Wait, here's one. I'm gonna break it. Did that do anything?
I think it was empty though, wasn't it?
Oh, it has to be full. Okay.
What has to be full? Ooh, what? Oh, that thing.
There we go.
Yeah.
I'm just
Learning
here.
things.
I'm just
Love
here
learning.
to collect things and. Yeah.
Yeah.
We ready?
Wait, do they?
Never
I'm
been more
great.
ready.
Never
I'm
been
so
more
ready.
ready. How are games? They're going good. They're going good. We're having a lot of fun. We have a max full party. We're all doing stream together. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We're stream teaming.
We're stream teaming.
Teaming.
Team streaming.
Team streaming.
Nothing,
Okay.
you're right.
Goal
Let's
this round.
go.
Do 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 do.
Hey,
Are
Masquerade,
you
thank you for the
gonna
follow.
follow?
Say.
Oh. Ooh.
You could take the doll.
Oh.
Is he in there? Yeah. I did it. I'm a mom. I know how to handle temper tantrum.
Wait. I got a hand. Or is a mushroom? I don't know. What the hell is that?
That's what it is.
Hand shroom.
Where are we going? I ran real fast and I didn't pay attention.
Oh,
Oh. Oh, okay.
we're in the bathroom. Was there anything in there? Oh shit. Oh, there's something in there.
I don't see anything.
Back. Other way, Sage.
Ah! I'm stuck. I'm stuck and I broke the cup.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
Over here, man.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh.
There's more things.
Oh, look, there's another toilet.
Two cards. Oh.
Get that bag.
Oh,
I
no.
feel like I'm going to be a little bit adventurous.
I always feel like...
want to go on an adventure, young hobbit.
We're going.
We're going to the Shire.
Do you want to build a snowman?
Back to the Shire.
Where the things at?
Where's the thingy?
It's over here.
Taking the hobbits to Isengard. Down the dark hallway.
Gotta go find the...
Why is the door open?
Ooh, thank you for the follow.
I'm sure it's
Much
fine.
appreciated.
Yeah.
This hallway doesn't look sanitary.
Oh, big boy, big boy.
Big boy.
Wait till the car comes here because we still have to unlock the second thing. So it might be over here.
It's me. I'm here. It's me.
Oh shit!
Can we put the TV in there?
There's a thingy! There's a thingy!
Laser frog.
Get off me! Get off me!
Yeah.
Oh my god. Thank you for the follow. Did he call the cloud a leaf? No, I think there was a frog thing there too. I think. Great. Oh shit. Oh shit.
To unload this. I don't know if I can get that TV through here. Oh boy, the TV's in the way. There's a bunch of cops.
Oh!
Wait. Oh, the bag.
I'm gonna put it next to it just in case I go over, and I don't want to. We don't want to go over. Oh, fudge! I thought that was closer. I thought that was closer to the ground. That was in fact not closer to the ground.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you got it.
Okay, there's some more things.
Oh, to the left.
Yeah, right here. I've been putting stuff on the ground next to it just in case, because I don't want to accidentally go
Yo,
over.
Sunshine, thank you for the follow.
I don't want to go. I don't want to accidentally go over.
Is this Max? I don't think this is Max, eh? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, there's stuff in front of the thing. There's a thing in there's a thing in front of the thing.
Grocery shopping.
There.
I'm gonna put things next to the.
Yeah. Yeah, I put it next to it just in case, because I think there were some other things. Did we get that? Okay, I think we got it.
Oh, 1 second.
Okay.
This is gonna be difficult to toss everything in.
Okay. Wait. Hold on.
Oh,
grab
I
this.
all things in there. I see what you guys do.
Yeah.
We also have that rhino that we can pick up too. There's a rhinoceros.
It went under.
Thank you so much.
How far is the rhino?
Thank you.
It's like right at the beginning, like when. I mean, you and I could probably carry it. It's like
everything in the.
there's somebody died.
We get back.
Was it a guy?
No!
No.
We only lost
man.
$50. It's fine.
It's okay. It's okay. It's keeping us humble. It's keeping us humble.
I don't want to be humble. I want to be rich.
I want to be rich.
All right, so we're putting this TV on top of that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Let's lift it. Somebody help.
Oh no. Oh shit. Okay. Wait, how much is the TV? 5,000? Okay. We're about
5,000. So we're gonna put it on top of the thing,
Okay.
or so it all goes at once, or what? Or I'm not sure what the plan is.
Yeah, I think so. The you did you
And then the dinosaur thing.
the dinosaur thing?
Yeah, do you want to go? Yeah, there's a over on top of the bookshelf over
Wait,
here.
who took strength? Wasn't there someone who took strength? Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, I lost
You
money.
poor thing.
Oh, the bike's over there. Bike's over there wreaking havoc.
There's a bike.
I mean, we're already at 30,000. I don't know if we want to. I feel like we should
risk it for the biscuit.
Are we gonna risk it for the biscuit?
We're gonna risk it for the biscuit.
Wait, where was it?
Oh,
wait.
I almost went in your face.
Wait, where was the dinosaur? Oh shit.
I don't know. Somebody mentioned it.
Yeah, someone said something about a dinosaur, but I haven't seen it in the dinosaur.
Here,
hold on.
I'm stuck.
Here, running.
See what you done,
Go, bro. I got it out of the way. Okay. I jumped on the bicycle so it would follow me.
Oh heavens.
All right. Who is going to get the? Who is going to go get the? Oh shit!
No! 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 Oh my God! If we keep him here, we can kill him. This. Ah! He's angry. But what if we just kept him here? And we sold the.
Boo!
Oh. Ringa, ringa, ringa. Hurry up, trap him here. Hey, Cloud, look out! No! Get him back here, get him back here! He's about to be angry.
Oh shit.
Oh, he's breaking everything. Oh.
What? Other than my own actions, what did I do to deserve?
Dude, we should have kicked out, man.
Oh my god! I literally was just trying to push the damn thing in.
Yeah.
Just go for it. Grab the body.
Okay. Just go.
Grab the body
Oh my
and
God.
go.
Just throw us in there. Let's go. Hurry.
I think someone died like outside there, but I think we're
I grabbed,
shit.
There's 3 heads in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just
yeah. Only 3 of us dead. Only 3 of us dead.
Clown is here. He's gonna break all our money. Ow! Please.
Oh. Is it extracting? Are we extracting?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Okay.
First time ever.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Oh my god. My 1 health. My 1 health.
No.
Never actually seen him.
Oh.
He like died in the side room too. It's gonna
I
be
was
hard.
literally right at the door.
Stage makes out.
Okay, we just need one. Just need one. Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. All right.
All right.
How many people did we still have?
There's three out. Three more.
Okay.
I don't know how far they are. Do you need help?
Oh, I see someone. Someone's being carried over. They're close.
So one more?
Yeah, because I see.
I saw it, dude. I left whack it somewhere.
Okay.
I'm alive.
See, I think I did see the red thing on the map, but I could only see, like, I think it only gives us so far in the map. We have to go in more to see where the other person is.
I think Whack is the only one still out there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We were running together.
Okay. Oh, you made it. Okay.
Are we all alive?
1,
Yeah.
2, 3. Yeah.
We're here.
All here. Present.
Let's go!
Nice.
Let's go!
We did it.
I had to bring Lizard Frog for a loop.
For a loop.
Very nice.
Had to spin
Okay,
him
you
right
guys.
round.
Yep.
I am
Round,
gonna
round.
go ahead and I will go and cuddle my pup.
All right.
All right. I
Give
will
the
talk.
pup extra scratches.
I will give the pup so many kisses and scritches and stuff.
Yes.
All right, guys.
All right.
Bye.
Good night. Bye.
Bye.
GG's. Oh, jeez. Okay. That was anticlimactic. It just disappeared.
Goodbye. Okay. Well, yeah.
Well, damn.
It's like when you're like, get out then, and they're like, okay.
Oh, wow.
Go to your other woman then, gee. And then you're like, okay. Not even gonna fight me. Oh.
Okay, let me see. Wait, we got. I have 50 health. Anyone else? Oh, you got nothing.
51.
You have 50.
Wait, if we toss this on the ground, we could heal multiple people, right?
What?
I think so. That's
Yeah.
That's what Dragon said in chat.
Okay.
I kind of want to try that with like 100.
Okay. You can. Range update, tumble grade, crouch rest.
I'm gonna get crouch rest.
I think I'm gonna get health upgrade.
I want.
Stop dying. I mean, I don't know if that's been my problem yet, but
I'll get ready. 6K.
It's me. I get all like that confidence, like, yeah, you know what, monster? I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna get you. And then they're like, no, you're not. Oh.
That's why you should have got the strength then, because you could have been taking him on.
That's true.
You're like, I don't need strength. I got all I need. Okay.
I think we could.
I mean, we could grab more health so that if it doesn't work, we can use it. Because I only have 51.
Oh yeah, so we.
Yeah,
Okay.
'cause we can still
some
hold it for later.
25s. Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Are we good?
I'm gonna get this. There you
Who
go.
was that? Who
What?
did that?
Time to go.
Time to go.
It was the guy in the red.
That was the guy in the red. The guy in the red.
He's the guy in the red.
Sure.
Huddle up. Let's try this. Let's try
Okay. Okay.
break
Right.
this.
Okay.
You guys ready?
Oh wait, what do we
Okay.
do?
Okay.
Break
You,
it?
We're
you
gonna
break it.
this and see what happens.
Ready?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
3, 2,
1.
1.
1.
Oh, do we have to let it go?
Just one person.
Okay, okay.
Just one person. Throw it on the ground.
Heart's good.
Oh.
Wait, I have 81.
Okay.
It could be somebody else.
Okay.
I'll try.
Let me try. I'm the strongest.
Okay.
Is that...
Wait,
That's not.
can you whack it against the side?
Nope. Okay, wait. Let's try a smaller one just to see if it works.
Oh Jesus.
Maybe it's just like the style. Maybe the 100 song.
Okay. All right, let's try.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Do you even
Yes.
list,
Oh my God.
bro? What the hell?
It's not breaking. It bounces off. It's like a sponge. It's not working.
Wait,
Yeah,
can we
maybe.
can we
Maybe it's
break
a new
it?
update.
Wait, do we have to break it in here?
We're
Maybe.
We're just like straight up cavemanning this and.
This is for
The files are in the computer. Oh.
Yeah, I don't. I'm gonna go on a limb and say I don't think that's working.
Yeah.
maybe. No, we did it in the name.
Where's it?
Okay.
I'm gonna take one of these 25.
Yeah, do it.
50.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't. Oh, never mind.
Oh, that one's still there.
Oh. I mean, we could. Oh.
Yeah. You know what? I believe in you. You got this. Oh, look. Yep. Strong.
Think strong thoughts. Think strong thoughts. Oh my god.
Nice try.
All right. Well, what's everybody's health here?
76.
Mine's 96, but I got a health upgrade, so I have 120.
I'm 50. Can I get this?
You know what? Wait. Can I? Wait. Can I give you most? Wait. Who's 50? Wait. Stay. Come here. Come here. Wait. I can give you some. Right? Hold on. Turn around.
Yeah.
Turn around.
Oh, yeah.
Turn around.
Oh, technically, yeah.
Yeah.
Stop moving.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let me know when you're good. There.
I'm good.
Anyone else need more? And then I could take the 100.
I have 81.
Oh.
I'm 76.
I'm 76 as well.
Okay, hold
But
on.
I'm
Turn around,
76 to 120.
Okay.
Hundo.
There you go. Here, I'll give you some more. Oh, ah!
Be careful.
You're looking up. I can't do it when you're looking up.
Look
Okay.
Oh, it won't let me go anymore.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought you were just gonna like explode.
Oh.
She's like, take all my life.
I know. I was like, apparently wouldn't let me give all my life away. Apparently.
Oh, shoot. If you're there, Masquerade, thank you for the follow. Solari, thank you for the follow as well.
Let's go.
All right.
W.
Oh. That's not what that was supposed to say. I didn't mean to put TIA.
Tia.
Tia. Tia.
Ooh. That's a good command. I should add that.
Okay.
What? Wait, don't I have an Indigenous Alliance command? I think I do. Yeah. Could make it better though.
I updated it so it went to the link tree.
I don't know.
Oh, hi.
Okay.
Alright, come here. Go little.
All right. Put me in the vent.
Ooh, there's stairs.
I don't know if there's anything
And
up
I'm
there.
climbing the stairway to
Okay, ready? Go little. Oh. You can just go little and I can. Just trying to be all strongman about it. Hold on.
Going up, going up.
Oh? Oh? Why do I hear you?
I'm going.
What is happening?
Whoa.
Oh, hey. You know, there's stairs
This would
over
probably
here.
hurt falling.
Why are you
Yes,
over here
but
for?
there's a vent here.
Oh.
Vent.
That I feel like
There's a
you're
long
gonna take a
fall
lot
down
of
that
damage
way.
falling down there.
I could probably move this cart a little bit.
Oh, that is cold. Yeah.
Okay, I went up there.
I'm not gonna go
I already
that way.
grabbed the thing. I
don't
grabbed that
know.
from up
Okay,
there.
okay.
Something
Okay.
else up there. Oh.
Okay. It looks like there's something big in the corner over here. Yeah.
Oh.
I can't get that way. Hold on.
Hold on. Okay, there.
Okay.
Hurrah!
Oh, that's
Oh.
big.
We can't unlock this. We
Jewel.
can't unlock this
Gem?
one until we unlock the other one.
Gem,
Wait,
jewel.
do we have enough to unlock the
Should
first
we-
one?
Yes, we do.
Why don't we go unlock the first one and then because we can
Oh.
open up this one.
Okay. Looks like a cheeseburger gem or something.
Right? A diamond burger.
Those are-
Oh, it's the second one. Oh, wow. Oh, we got 3. Okay.
Beep,
Yeah.
beep, beep. Okay.
Yeah, we should.
Where's this big piece of art?
It won't fit in the curtain now. We could
Oh,
probably take the
there's-
giant uranium cup.
Yeah.
We should take this one
Oh,
back, eh?
Yeah, take that one back because this one can go to the second one. The second one that's over
Okay.
here. We can put this down over here and just hold it.
okay. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Set it down here.
Okay. Gentle, gentle, gentle. Ah! I didn't do it.
Let's see.
Oh.
Big piece of art. It's a giant, like a giant caterpillar. Hey, Aretha, can you come over and help me with this one?
Yeah. Oh, shoot. Yep. This thingy? Oh, Jesus. What is
Yeah.
this? A turd?
Look at giant caterpillar.
Oh. Sure.
It's a caterpillar.
It's only when it had eyes that I was like, oh, okay. So apparently it's not a turd. Oh shit. Sorry. Okay. How much is the caterpillar? Oh.
Holy.
Caterpillar's
Okay.
8, and this is 5. So
Okay,
we have more than enough here.
Okay.
Not 10.
Okay, so we should put the caterpillar in.
15. Oh. Caterpillar.
Alright, is that good?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Should we put the cup in first?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait. No, I mean, not the one. Not the...
Pick up the big one.
To be honest, I was like, I was gonna get the small one out of the way. Wait, who are the?
You're like, let's get the cup, and then you grab the small thing, and I was like, okay.
Well, technically, it was a cup.
Get tired.
Okay. Here we go. Okay.
Okay.
Caterpillar time.
You guys trust me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
You're wearing a crown, so.
Oh yeah.
Whoa, this guy is like yoked.
It's a moose. Moose
Mm-hmm.
man.
Moose man with tiny moose arms.
Oh,
It's in.
is it in? Is it in?
Yeah.
Looks in.
Okay. Oh.
I think it's.
Okay, so now we go.
Tiny bags of honey for the suffering of our labor. Tiny bags of money.
Okay. I was
wondering where. Oh, shit.
You just ran into a
laser beam.
Yep.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, there's a thing on the other side here. Oh, talk. Talk. It's the best. Say something.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, now we can hear you.
Ooh.
I don't know if this is a friendly place, y'all.
Where are all the monsters, man?
We are the monsters, mister.
There should be a monster. It would really suck. to have a
Wait.
monster right now.
Look at this. Look at this non-friendly place.
Damn. I've never seen this before.
I know. Me neither.
Ooh.
Okay, I don't think there's anything in here. Look, see, look, it even has like a head on a head on a spike over there.
Yeah. I don't like it.
Ooh, that's good.
There's still a bunch of little stuff everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, we have this massive thing. 18K.
I don't like that. No. Hey, there's a spider thing. Ah!
I don't like
I
this
can't
guy.
help
No.
but look at this.
No.
Gumball.
No. Ooh, gumball, you get that.
Wait, where is it?
Yeah. I guess I thought I was a gumball machine.
You are.
I became. I am a gumball.
That I know, right? Had some wild feet, right,
Tasha.
Josh? Do we know where the other checkpoint is? Oh, it's right there. Right?
It's right here. We have enough, I think. Yeah, we have enough.
Okay, because we have this thing too, but it'll give us like extra.
Yeah, it's an 18K here.
Yeah. Big art piece, 3-person it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Let's do it.
18K or 8K, you know?
8K for the last bit because we still have more stuff we could pick up along the way. Well, Take the big art piece, put it in there.
Piece of gum or something.
Did anyone die, or are we good?
No.
We have 4? 5?
I'm missing
Who's
a
our?
fifth.
Where's our 5th?
Cloud was looting, right?
Yeah, it's Cloud we're missing.
Cloud.
Cloud.
I just saw her too. She went this way somewhere.
Marco.
Oh, I want to eat more cookies, but like I feel like I'm gonna have an upset stomach.
Uh-oh man is over there.
Floating head dude.
Mm.
I don't like him because he could totally break all of our stuff if he.
Let's get this big art piece in.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Yeah. I think. Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
Hey Tash.
I don't know where I'm going.
Backwards.
Okay, but we don't want to put this in because it's gonna go over.
Here.
Ah.
Pull it in. Pull it in.
Oh shit. Shit.
Oh no, it's going in. It's going in. Just commit.
Okay.
Run.
I'm gonna
Before
die.
it gets mushed.
I'm gonna.
Oh, you're gonna push it.
Pushing the car.
Oh! Did we get it? Oh, we got it. I think. Yeah, we got it. Okay.
Yep.
There we go.
Now we run back.
Now.
Now we run.
No. Okay.
Onwards.
Okay.
I hate to play
Hey, over here.
Stamina.
All right.
Wait, did we get everyone?
I just came back to life.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got it.
Okay. Woohoo! Yeah!
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna take this opportunity to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Go. Me too.
Okay.
My tin of cookies is empty.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take this.
Yeah.
Tiny break.
I'll take a tiny break to go potty break.
Party break.
I need some H2O.
Agua.
We'll be right back.
Okay, so. Hey, what are you doing? Hey! You're supposed to be at a break, sir. Go take a break. No! No!
Oh, I went on a break when I was dead.
No. Help! Leah, she's missing out. No, I'm doodling. Hey, let it go. Let it go. You can get your own. You can get your own.
Oh God!
You know why we started it. I don't want to hear it. Yeah. Let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, get bugged.
Ah. Oh God.
No. Hide! We gotta hide! Oh, no.
Moose.
No.
Moose.
No.
Moose.
No. 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 It's crazy. You're the one who's farting! No.
What? Whoa!
Beat him up. Somebody beat him up. What did I make her do?
Chicha!
Hey, give me some of those snacks. Holy.
We're all getting hungry.
I'm cleaning up after Moose.
Let's go. I think we did.
Holy. Oh, I want strength upgrade.
Yeah, okay.
I think I just want to big part. In the middle.
Let's see.
Oh. Someone. No. Oh, there we go. Wait. Yeah.
This. I think.
Oh, you can't even look at the backs here.
Yeah.
kind of lame.
You people will speak up about their health.
Sliding down.
That's good.
What in the world are you doing?
Oh.
I have to draw Shiro now.
Hello?
Hello.
It's okay to come out now, you little chaos gremlin.
No.
What is that?
He tried to fight me with the stick.
Stick fighting, no?
Okay. We have any upgrades? There's more health ones there. Ooh, there's stretch, sprint, crouch rest. You know what? I'm gonna do a sprint. I'm gonna run away.
There it is.
Oh.
Okay.
Somebody throw me up there.
It looks like that meme where like I almost did that.
I have dry eyes. Hold on a second. Okay,
Wait,
now it's better.
How do I get up there? I mean, how do I?
Staring contest.
You can
wait.
mouse wheel to
my
extend.
My eyes. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay.
Mouse wheel to extend. Okay.
Yep.
I can't keep them open.
Oh, shoot. Oops. Hold on.
There you go.
What are they doing? Oh.
Grenade.
There's the special store.
Oh, the secret store.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the
Duck
sauce.
bucket.
Secret sauce.
We haven't had a duck in ages, right?
No, we haven't.
I wonder if we'll get one this game.
Ooh.
Let's see.
They're singing again.
There's a strength upgrade. Does everyone who's strong and wants to fight monsters have their strength?
I see you. I feel you. Near, far,
Wherever you are. There was enough room for both of them on that board.
They could have fit.
Does anybody else need health or upgrades?
I'm at 51 to 120 is my health.
I need help. I'm free.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Go get more health. I'm at 120. Of 120.
Oh.
And there's also strength. Who wants to go fight the monsters?
Oh yeah.
Oh, someone explode?
Oh, I put the 2 strength over here in the shop already.
Is there any more health pack? There's 100. Get it off me! Get out of me! I don't want it. Hey, what are you doing? Okay. I go hide.
There's only 25s left. Whoever needs 50, take the 225s.
Oh, the 225s.
225s.
Okay. 25. Going left. Going once. Going twice. Sold.
Yeah!
Boop. Boop.
Enjoy the stuff.
Wait, maybe if I go like. No.
So I can take one of these.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna.
Save the.
I think I'm gonna take the crouch rest upgrade.
Crouch reefer?
Yes, crouch reefer.
Hi Neo, thank you so much for the lurk. Much love to you too.
Just knocks me off.
Let's see.
Ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Wait, what level are we at? Is this the 4th one?
It should say when we crash into it.
I think it's 4th.
Five.
Oh wow.
I made it.
Uh-oh.
Oh shoot, we're getting this.
Oh, it's Crescent Moon.
The truck driver healer now restores 35 health. Monsters are now harder to knock down with valuables. Okay.
They were like, "You're doing too well. We're gonna make it harder."
We heard the confidence in their voice. Give them more. Give them more.
Right?
Developers are
They're like, they said it was easy. I'll show them easy.
I know it was like with the last one. I don't know who was saying it. They're like, "Oh, there's no monster." Like, no, don't.
Watch out for the holes. Watch out for the holes.
There's
No
holes.
falling. No falling. What's it? Pipe.
Oh.
Excuse me, coming through. Coming through. You're gonna put it in the car and put it in the car.
You need to go that way.
Okay.
How much we got so far? Ooh, we got 15.
We rich?
Oh yeah, we could, Captain.
Yeah, you can put that one in because then we can.
Where did you come from? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
I swear.
Yeah.
Ooh. It's a diamond.
Ooh.
It's a diamond.
Diamond in the rough.
And then there's another room with the...
Oh, I was like way too close to that. Okay.
You're like, I live my life 1/4 mile at a time.
I almost just became a pancake.
Okay. Da-da, 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 da-da-da-da-dun, dun, da-da-da-da-da-dun.
Love potion. We also got a wizard staff up there.
Oops, hit the wrong button. Woo!
Oh my goodness.
I always
Jostled hard.
You guys, there's those
There we
bomb
go.
skeletons.
Gotta point right at the driver.
Okay.
Distraction.
Okay. Oakley dokley.
Oakley dokley.
Did we open up the second spot already?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Oh shit.
Back behind us.
What's this thing?
I found one. Gonna get stuck here. In the farm. This place is.
Oh no, the book. The Book of the Dead. Anything else in here? Nope.
Too heavy thing. The extraction.
Okay.
Don't fall. I won't. Please stop it. No, you're the one who's farting. Hello.
Hello. Oh, found it. It's right here. Found it.
Oh. It's too heavy.
Hold on. Let me get that. We got it.
Let's go. I just struck it. There's another one that orb, but I don't touch it out. The diamond.
How much is the diamond worth? Oh, no, that's not too bad.
Big orb here. There's stuff everywhere. There's so much stuff everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. Excuse.
You're excused.
I'm just gonna put it right next to it. Oops, I should have put it down gently.
Yo, that's 13K. Should we cash in or wait?
Should we cash in? Do you think we're gonna need it?
I think there's still more stuff.
There is a lot of money out there. Oh, did someone kill something?
No, that's that orb thing.
That's a new sound.
Okay. Oh, can I get a little assistance?
I'm a coming.
got it?
Yep,
Okay.
I got it.
Okay. And then just like put it
Right here?
Yeah.
Oh
There.
shit. Oh shit.
Okay.
Build them off and then.
Uh-oh, something's coming. Something coming?
Maybe.
Bye-bye. Hi. Bye-bye.
Hello. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
You say
hello. Hello, goodbye. And I say goodbye.
Hello? Is it me you're for? I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your smile. You're all alone.
That's fine.
Okay. After that, is that enough, or are we gonna still find more?
Is this the door? Am I okay.
I don't know what just happened. That was weird.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
How much is that one worth?
5,498.
Wow.
That's gonna push us over?
They got a big jug of arachnid poison.
Oh Jesus! How much
I'm
is that
so
one worth?
Scared.
4,900.
Okay, are we gonna push all these things in?
Yeah.
I'm scared. Maybe this one, please. Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the
Wait.
Oh,
Can the...
No.
We'd have to do it really, really fast, though.
Yeah, but we're not going to be able to get everything.
Like, whatever's left, we'll just put it in the
watch. Okay.
Yeah, this one doesn't.
Okay,
So,
let's go. Ready?
Okay. So someone's gonna have
Ready?
to do all of them at the same time.
Yeah, ready? Pull. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Go.
Go. Wow.
We did it.
Ye so of little faith.
Everything
Oh, we did it.
Get out of here.
We have one more. Well, we have one more.
Nope, we're
They're
good.
like, let's go home.
I know, right?
Oh, that is the last one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go. We gotta run back.
I can't run.
Ack.
They're bombs.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, the little explosive dudes. Oh, that's
Yeah.
gonna suck trying to get out of.
Damn it! Ah!
Boss, somebody.
Me! I am the dead one.
Okay, let's go. Right to the left, to the left. Oh, shit. Ah, someone's gotta get Sally out of here.
Kaboom.
Yo, I killed Sally. Let's go. I killed Sally.
Ooh. Okay, come this way. Where you going?
I killed in this game.
Where you going?
I killed Sally.
Why? What do you got that for?
This is Sally's soul.
Oh.
I'm proud of it.
Oh.
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 They don't like stairs.
I'm dead. I'm alive.
I'm alive. I'm dead. I'm alive. I'm dead. Let's go.
You be,
right.
You be quiet, you head.
Right. I'm gonna go right.
Oh
Hey,
shit.
there's something.
That's a box.
Oh.
Ah.
Did Wacket die? No. Oh, no, he's still alive.
The eye. God darn it. Darn it. Get.
Oh, the eye.
Not the eye. Not the eye.
Leave Aretha.
No. No.
No! Back towards me! Back towards me! Yes, go this way, go this way. Come on,
I'm
this
doing
way,
it.
this way, this way.
I got it.
Crouch, okay.
Don't look.
Okay. Hey.
I was just gonna check on you guys.
Oh Jesus.
Everyone okay?
Yeah. We're good.
Oh, okay. All this?
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
Yeah. We got 5.
Oh my god, we did it. Oh god.
Oh my goodness.
I think this is the furthest I've ever been.
Me too.
Yeah, same.
Me
Same
too.
here.
I normally don't survive 4. Like.
I can't believe I killed Sally.
You did? Oh my god. Good job.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, you were talking. What you were like one finger grenade doing?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a strength upgrade.
That makes it.
Well, the frying pan's stuck up there.
Oh.
Lost it.
Okay. Anyone want any
I-
upgrades? I currently have 2 stamina and a health. Oh no, 1 health, 2 stamina, 1 speed.
I'd steal the speed.
I grabbed myself another strength.
I'll be fast.
More
Gotta go
stamina.
fast. Gotta go fast.
Yeah, super fine.
All right, somebody put me up there.
Gotcha. Need more.
You know what? I'm gonna do extra jump.
Oh, dang it. Ah!
Maybe not.
I'm bad at this. I don't have much.
Here we go.
You know what? I'm gonna get range actually. I'm gonna get a range. A range.
Bomb?
I'm gonna
Bomb?
get a grenade just because I feel like I didn't kill one of the monsters for the first time.
There's a duct tape grenades. I don't know.
Does everyone have good health?
Oh,
Everyone
okay.
has good health?
Yep.
I just got myself a health pack because I'm at 36.
I'm at 120 of 120, so
100 of 100.
There's so much money.
Let's see. You know what? We could use this. Oh, never mind.
okay.
Guess we don't do it.
I guess not.
We could use this or not.
Possibly.
What else is there?
I've never had this problem.
I still need. We buy all the upgrades we can then.
Yep. Well, there's a tumble climb, tumble wings, and then this was an extra jump.
Doo-doo. Deadhead battery charge.
Should get some. Oh, battery charge.
There we go. That's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Woohoo! Let's go! Ah! It's like jump and then tab, right? Oh, wait, no.
Mine's crouch, so I use C.
Or is it jump and
Jump and C?
One.
Well, mine's crouch, so whatever your button is for crouch. So jump in.
No.
I ain't doing it.
No.
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 No. Oh, Long Johnson. No.
Oh, Long Johnson.
Yay.
Oh, Long Johnson.
Gimme.
Da 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 da.
Why is all my stuff gone? Ah!
Where? What?
Range. Help.
Okay, I think I grabbed a range.
There we go.
And then
My
what was
speed
this one?
boost. My speed boost.
Oh, someone wanted the death head battery.
Anyone want to try the other grenade here?
Okay, we got a health and we got a health. Anyone need a health boost? I'm already at 120.
I'm at 120 as well. Is 120 the max?
No, I think you could do more, right?
Get the health upgrade. Yeah.
I'll eat.
Eat it.
Nom nom nom.
Yum,
Nom
yum,
nom nom
yum,
nom 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 nom.
What's that?
Okay. Ready to go?
All right, we're ready to go. We are ready. Ready as we'll ever be.
I'm ready. Alright.
Level 6.
Oh, back to the museum though.
Yeah.
Wait. How many levels are there?
I think it just goes infinite.
Yeah.
Infinite? Wow.
Yeah,
I
but it
think
gets
so.
increasingly harder.
Yeah. Like there's more holes in the ground and you can fall into more and
I don't think you could technically win.
But the game is already hard. Don't make it harder, game.
Bro.
Do you think you believe me?
Like the hole to the right.
Oh, I did not like that.
oh, there's a big hole on the right.
Scary
Yeah, it's
lady.
getting harder.
Scary lady. Scary lady. Scary lady.
Oh! Wait,
She's the
who's she
worst.
locked on? Who's she locked on? She locks on to one person.
I think she's locked onto me.
I'm gonna go over here and see if she.
Nope.
Oh yeah, she's following me. Oh yeah, she's locked on me. You guys are good. Oh,
Famous
God,
last
she's
words.
Terrifying. Oh, she's going after someone else. She
got bored.
They changed her. She's supposed to just stay locked to somebody.
Oh, was that an explosion?
She's on me. She's on me. She's on me.
Oh my god! What was that?
Oh shit!
Oh, are you good? Wait, we low-key knocked her down. Oh! What's your health at? Oh,
20.
Here, bro.
Oh, there you go. One more thing. One more surprise for her.
Oh, we got blind dude too.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you.
There you go.
Watch out! Watch out! Back up! Back up!
Good luck with that, man. Leonard. Beat her up! Beat her up! Beat her up! Oh god.
That's fun.
Oh my god! There's a creepy crawly thingy over there.
That's what I saw.
Yeah, this is probably where we die on.
I'm freaking out, man.
Where are you? There's nothing up here. I don't know why I came up. Oh my god, she's coming up. She's coming up.
Why? Woo! Hey! Oh, there's an.
Watch out, Blaine.
Blind Huntsman over there.
Oh, damn it.
Blind.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
What's that?
I know, but she's behind us.
She's coming, she's coming, she's coming, she's coming. I don't like it. I hate her so much.
And the bite? What the hell?
No! This 6,000. She's going down. She's going down. She's chasing.
Yeah. There's like hands over my face that keep popping up. What is that?
Oh, that if you get hands on your screen, then come. And she's right behind you. So yeah, she's coming after you. Oh, dude. Oh, that was worth money. Oh, she's making stuff.
Ah?
Oh!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Are you alive?
Yeah, I'm alive. I made it. I made it.
Okay, that was a clutch toss on my part. I feel like. Okay. Coming down. Coming for you.
Oh, Jesus!
She's chasing you.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Y'all. I don't know what I'm gonna do. How am I gonna survive?
What? Who's talking? Who's over here?
Me.
Where are you?
I'm right here. Oh. That lady keeps following me everywhere.
You're talking got me shot by the blind huntsman. He's right on the point there.
Oh.
Oh well.
You think the others are alive? Speaking to count for Twitch. Hi, Nocturnia. Thank you, thank you. How are you doing? Okay. It's here the whole time, but on Outlast Trials. Ooh. Hey, Dash. Oh my god. I'm like, I don't even know if anyone's alive still. I'm like, do we even think everyone's still alive? Okay, I'm gonna go.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Cloud is in the cart. Cloud is in the cart.
Yo, Carnage, thank you for the. Oh, in the cart.
Cloud is in the cart. Okay.
Yeah, we got enough.
Yeah, I'm over here.
We got enough.
Okay.
Yay. Yay.
We good.
Because we still have to open up the other two. Okay, let's go. Whew. I wasn't even the one to antagonize her, and she went after me. Welcome back.
That was the worst game of patty cake I've ever played in my life.
Surprised we didn't kill the tall lady.
Right? Like we couldn't even throw her over?
Oh, no.
Oh, shit. Oh, right? Like we couldn't even throw her over?
Oh, you're pretty.
Watch out for the tick.
What the hell? Ah! Please. Big bucks, big bucks, big bucks, big money, big money, big money. Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. No! I was trying to put you in the bucket. I mean, the bucket. The cart. Oh, my God. This damn tick.
We all had like 1 health too, so it was like really easy to get us out. No. Just giggling. Thanks.
Right?
Oh, the bike maybe. Oh yeah, the bike can do it. Oh god! Oh boy! Oh boy!
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Throw him out.
Leave me alone.
Hi, Bed Bugs. How are you? Hopefully, you're having a good evening. Have a good week.
I love how Moose is just sitting there like, if I don't move, it won't see me.
Scared. Tall lady's locked on me. I don't.
She's behind you. She's behind you.
Yep.
Watch out. Hey, come get me. I'm on the bed. Hey, baby.
Because, yeah, that would be a bad idea. Had family Christmas today?
Tall lady, and she. Below.
Okay.
Save.
What does that sheep looking thing do?
13K. Okay.
There's like a
Take
bunch of
that.
stuff in there. I don't think I want to go into it.
Oh, I see her.
Thank you so much.
Oh, we're so good. We're so good. That'd be perfect. struggling up.
Oh, let's see.
Oh, lady, and oh, there she is. Hello. Goodbye. This way. I wonder if I could. Lucky, I did call Amanda. I wonder if I could kill her by making her. Call lady.
A tall lady.
Call lady. Deaf guy.
Even though he's a monster, he's still very respectful of tall.
Oh my goodness. Woo! Hello, hello! Prismatic cat. No. Prismatic lady. I was gonna say prismatic cat lady. I'm so sorry. Prismatic lady. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hi, if you don't know me, my name is Simply Aretha. I'm an indigenous streamer, filmmaker, and content creator. I'm currently playing. I can't even talk today. I'm currently playing Repo with members of the Indigenous Alliance on Twitch. Yeah, we're having a lot of fun, and this is as far as I've ever gone. I know I'm dead right now,
Oi.
but
Oi.
technically, this is farthest I've ever made
Oh, I mean,
in my life. But welcome on in. What were you playing? Oh, you were playing Dead by Daylight. How are the games?
she's chasing Moo. I should just.
That.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, I swear to God.
You really have to move. You really have to run from her.
Run.
Oh wait, is Coiled our only hope?
Yep,
Yeah.
Coil
Yeah.
is our.
Viper.
Is Bundy slacking? Yeah, I did. I thought I could hide.
Also, if you need to raid a run, please take care of yourself
I think
after
you might just have to
stream,
walk
and
underneath
includes
that,
everyone who came
laser.
with us. Came over with the raid. Much appreciated for you bringing your community over, and I hope you had a wonderful stream. And if you want to stick around and laugh with us, feel free to do that too. We're having a lot of fun.
Gotcha. Yeah, this might be GG's.
No, I believe.
It's all up to you. It's all up to you. Oh.
I want his music box.
In the garbage can right next to you is, who's his head?
Oh.
Oh my goodness. Do we think it's gonna happen?
I don't
Just needs to
know.
find one more item that.
Did we unlock the second
3,000.
point though?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, there's the bug.
I believe.
Yeah.
That's not a good sound.
GG's. Oh god, oh god, oh god. GG's. GG's.
Oh. Ah.
Unhand me, please.
Oh no!
Oh.
Nice try, nice try.
Oh, that was good. Good.
We did good. 6 rounds.
Hell yeah.
We did. I had never gone up against that one lady.
I never got that lady either. She did. No.
Okay.
Fight to the death. Fight to the death.
No.
What the heck is that?
The global game is one. Oh, it's one that's the server, so I have to worry about that. Okay. Bet. I can definitely do that. And then, is there a tutorial phase of it?
No, please.
I can't. How do I hit it with the crystal, but now it did.
No! I was doing so well.
And babe. Okay. You are.
Oh. Just freaking launch.
Oh. Well disturbed. Congratulations.
Dang.
Yay!
Let's go.
I swear.
I'm gonna call this that lab was last for me.
That was last for you?
Yeah.
I am done as well. I'm very tired.
Me too.
Sounds good.
We could go for hours.
I know. We've been. How long have we been going for? Oh my goodness.
For about 4 hours.
Yeah.
Says
4 hours.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We've definitely been going for a while.
All games.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah,
for
this
sure.
has been fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been so fun. Thank you so much. I look forward to future nights like this with you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Yes.
More.
Yeah.
All right.
Alright, peace out.
Have a good night, everyone. Bye.
Good night.
Happy
Bye.
New Year.
Happy New Year.
Follow everybody that you haven't followed yet.
Yeah, bye everybody.
Oh my God, you didn't follow? How? No, joking. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. I appreciate you being here, and thank you for the follow. Whew. You know, my only problem with those games is I've drank. I've had like 2 Canadian dry ginger ales so far, because I always find games like that, like, I don't know, something about the way they are just make me nauseous. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's perspective or what, but yeah, it's one of those things where I always seem to have trouble. Sorry, I just got distracted all at the same time. But hi, everyone. How are we doing today? It is a Friday. Okay, I can leave the collaboration. Here we go. How's everyone doing? Hope you all are having a wonderful night. And yeah, I appreciate everyone. Let's see. What should we do today? I'm glad I caught you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's only been 4 hours. I guess I could still play some more, but not repo. Yeah, I don't know. What should we do? What should we do? How are you doing? Here, let me give you a shout out. How was your art stream yesterday? Sorry, I had to raid you and run because when I was done my stream yesterday, I really had to end it really fast because I actually really had to pee so bad. So I had to like literally like raid and I literally like ran because I was like I have to go so bad. It was wonderful. That's good. That's good. Ah. Well, I appreciate you coming or appreciate you following and coming by and saying hi in the stream. We were doing a collaboration. Actually, it was the Indigenous Alliance. I've been painting masks. It's been really fun. I know. I did watch. I came back and I was lurking in the chat after. But you were like deep in a conversation about picking colors and painting and stuff on the mask. So, oh, no problem. It happens to me all the time. But then again, I do follow everyone who applies, so it's very rare that I'm not following someone. But yeah. Did you finish the mask that you were working on the other day? Oh, that's cool. I did finish. I got another one done today and started a third. I've been awesome. How did you find out about the Alliance? Did we say that? I can't remember. I think someone had said. I think someone might have said, or maybe you said. I couldn't remember. I always have the memory of a goldfish. I got jumped one day. A few people popped in my stream and told me about it. They just like, they were like, you better apply for this. And if we come back here and we find out you hadn't. Here it is. I geeked out and started applying for everything. Ooh, love it. What else did you I mean, if you don't mind. What did you apply for other things as well? Ooh. Duh. I just applied for the stream team that I may have applied twice thinking I did it wrong. Ooh. For the stream team? Oh, for the Alliance stream team? Okay, okay. Yeah, we don't get notifications when people apply, so I always have to like look. I do check quite often. I just probably didn't see yet. You're pretty good at that. Well, I will say there's a few times I know people have applied and just kind of like check it and they're like check 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 and then they don't actually read what the requirements are. And so it's like then I'm like, "Oh, you didn't do this thing." And they're like, "Oh no, that's okay. I mean, it happens." I have custom shoutouts for my mods, and I just realized I have to change it because I changed the name of my mods. I hope I did get them all. If not, I'll try again and again and again until I get determined. All right. You know what? Actually, hold on. Hold on. I can check for you right now if you did. Uno momento. Let's see. Gotta go here and then here. Oh, that's fine. I'm just relaxing. We just finished playing very, very interesting games. It's easy. Wow. Whoop. Ah. Goodness gracious. That was loud. Okay, you know what I'll do? I'm going to add 3 of you into this area. Say what? Okay. But yeah, when are you streaming next? What are you planning on doing our stream? Do you always do art? Mainly graffiti? Ooh. Have you done any like big murals? 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 I will be back on Monday. Ooh. Okay. Okay. I love spray painting legally, of course. You know what's funny? It's funny because there was a while back where I live. A lot of people were like, people are graffitiing everywhere and blah 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 and writing things. And we were like, no, what you need to do is you need to hire someone to paint a mural on whatever wall that they keep having to paint over. I was like, you need to do that. Because any street artist will not spray paint on someone's art because that's someone's art. They won't do that. And so we kept trying to explain to the city. Yeah, we're like, you need to get someone to do a mural if you don't want people posting like it on there. And like, cause yeah, most graffiti artists won't do that because they were like talking about tagging and stuff. And I'm like, no one's going to do that on a mural because even the people who see that, like they will like also interject too. So it's like, so once we finally got it like through to the older generation, basically telling them that like, no, what you need to do is you need to actually, yeah, you need to like actually find someone to either come and do a mural or like even like kids, like we have like tons of like youth in the inner city that like love painting and love like doing murals and stuff, and we're like, yeah, like work with them and have them like create art around like the city. And so once they started doing it, because finally you know, finally we're like, fine, we'll try it. And then lo and behold, we were right. It's always one of those things where like I think they don't get it that like most artists are very most artists are respectful of other people's art, you know? I mean, obviously there's going to be people that aren't going to care and aren't going to do anything, but you know, most times they will. There's a pretty rough code with graffiti. There's a pretty rough code with if you tag over murals, you'll have to get punched a few times. Not saying I agree, all the violence, but it's a part of exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, if you're going to do that, you're going to be doing that at your own risk. So it will happen. Okay. Sorry, I'm just lurking in other people's streams and I'm just making sure that I'm still lurking. Okay. Okay. One more. Okay. Nope. I was painting a wall a year ago, and a random person stopped to ask me to paint their life-size fiberglass cows. It was doing pretty really cool. Yeah, you know, like to be honest, it is. It is artwork, and it's like, especially when people are doing a style that like that you appreciate, and you're like, this would be really cool. Okay, I can't. Let's see. This is what I've done for work for the past 6 years. Funny things, I only started art about 7 years ago. Ooh. Well, what did you do before art? Did you do anything like kind of somewhat related? No? Oh, wow. I was in school to get my doctorate in psychology. Oh, wow. I mean, do you miss it? Do you... Oh, okay, okay. I was gonna say, do you miss it? Like... Oh, goodness. Why can't I ever... Okay, there we go. Then is it down here? Oh, there we go. Oh, I just realized I'm still in here. Oh. Guess I don't need to be in there. I still do a lot with psychology, but in the sense of helping the people need to talk but can't afford a therapist. It has come in handy when streaming. I use what I've learned very often. Ah, okay, okay. What got you into streaming, if you don't mind? Oh, I know. So actually, when the pandemic happened, like I'm an introvert. I'm such an introvert. And when the pandemic happened, I was staying at home and I was I only got diagnosed with ADHD like officially this year or this past year. And like and when that happened, it's like all the tools that I had figured out for myself growing up that helped me be productive were basically like taken away from me. Because like I would do body doubling actually and go and do like, because at the time I was finishing my master's degree, and I would do work and we would do these like basically the Pomo sessions, but like in a coffee shop or at a gaming cafe. And yeah, with friends who were also working on their masters. Another person was working on their PhD. And so I was like, I was just really struggling. So I just started turning streaming on so I could like watch people play games while I was like doing my work. Cause I could work from home, like for what I do for work. And something I've kind of continued on after everyone went back. I mean, I've gone into the office a couple times, but I'd rather stay home because I don't know, just seems like so much of a hassle to go into work as well. But yeah, so I started streaming, and then like because I'm an introvert, I'm also a filmmaker, and one of the things that I find is very hard for me is I get when I get too introverted sometimes, I tend to like, I guess, become a hermit to the point where it's like not very healthy at all. And so I found that I was like regressing because I actually I also have an anxiety disorder. So I have an anxiety disorder as well. So I like test anxiety. I have like general anxiety. I just have anxiety. I suffer from like anxiety and depression. And so all of those things at this time were like all heightened. And so I really used streaming as a way for me to get out of my comfort zone because I hate networking as well. But because I'm a filmmaker and because of the work I do, I have to network. I have to be out there. So I consider it like exercising a muscle. So each time I would go out, I would try to figure out like, okay, what work did work? And my big thing is I go out and I make one friend. If I go to an event that I don't know anyone, I will go in there and I will make one friend. So I'm comfortable. Before that, I used to bring someone with me, but sometimes I couldn't do that. So I had to learn to like, okay, what am I going to do? What am I going to do to get through it? So I would bring like, I would go myself, make one friend. But then because I wasn't even doing that, and I was networking like at least once a month. So I was going out to events and doing things. And again, like it was like exercising muscle. And each time I was done, I would leave the event and then I would reflect on it and then be like, did you die? No, I think we could do this again, you know? And so doing that just kind of kept reinforcing that stereo, like that, I guess that positive self-talk of saying like, did you die? No, we could do that again. But then when the pandemic happened and we all stayed home, I wasn't doing that. So streaming was very nerve-wracking for me. So I used it to basically do that same thing, to network, but in a different way, but also push myself beyond my comfort zone so that I was forced to interact with people in a way that I became comfortable with. And again, like first time I started streaming, I don't even think I turned on my camera. And then I was like, again, did you die? So yeah. So that's basically, yeah, that's how I got into streaming. I used it as a way to be comfortable. But did you die so much, right? Exactly. Because when you're having anxiety, I mean anxiety attacks and everything, like it seems like so nerve-wracking. And even when I like mentally, logically, I know all the information, right? Like I've actually been seeing a psychologist for a very long time. I still see one like once a month. And I swear, even though like my logical brain knows that I'm having anxiety, I'm really nervous, I don't want to do the thing, but like even though my brain's like, you're not going to die, my body's not getting the message. Exactly. So yeah. So, and then when I was like, and I'm a very task oriented person as well. So when I started like streaming and getting together I noticed that there were a lot of ways that, especially on Twitch, that people were being highlighted. Like there were different months highlighting like specific people, especially people who don't always, get highlighted as well. And so I started trying to advocate for Indigenous people because I didn't see any. And also, there was no way for us to know who was out there. Like, I kind of basically did my own research and found a lot of people as well. But yeah, there was just so many. So then that became my the thing that also moved me forward is, yeah, I like streaming. It's still fun. I still, I still do work. I still like having fun. I still like playing games, but I also want to find other Indigenous people so we can uplift and support one another, because there are so many people out there, and really streaming is actually fun. You don't always have to turn it into a career. And to be honest, it's hard to hear it for most people, but streaming is most likely not going to be your career. But doesn't mean you can't still do it. It can be like a side gig, or just something you do part-time. You still need work. It is very rare that you make enough money to live off streaming. You talk with someone I was here. Yeah, me too. Like I actually, the person who I used to do body doubling studying with, his PhD was psychology of nursing. His PhD, yeah. So he actually helped me in my About Me section, the section that I have about mental health. He actually helped me write that, because I was explaining to him what I wanted it to be. I wanted to explain to him because I think during that time there were a lot of people struggling, a lot of people, really trying to find community. But I definitely had a few people who, kind of reached out to me like in DMs and were very, I guess they really wanted to talk to someone. And so then they would tell me. And it was actually very triggering for me, because it's like one of those things where someone admits to you that like they failed at ending their life, and you're like, okay, are you all right? And then I started like pointing them towards resources, because I'm like, I am not a trained professional that can help you. I strongly believe in therapy. I strongly believe in talking to someone. I strongly believe in reaching out when you need to. And here's some, like, if you don't mind sharing where you are, like, here's some resources, like that you can look up someone or someone to talk to. Here's some numbers, Exactly. I don't want to turn people away, but I want to make it very sure that like they know that I am not. Yeah, I'm not the professional that's going to help you. It's not even my field, like, at all. And it was just one of those things where I wanted to say in a nice way that like, yeah, we can talk and have conversations if you're having a bad day, someone cut you off in traffic, cool. But there's a level of that's way out of my level. And that was one of the conversations. So yeah, that was actually my inspiration for asking him. And I explained to him the situation, and I said, can you help me write this little paragraph that basically says like, we all talking can be good, being in community can be good, making friends could be good. But if you were like in a really bad situation, it doesn't replace like a professional. So yeah. But yeah, it's very yeah. I think that's probably been the hardest thing about streaming, is you also learn too that there's so many people online that do different things, have different personalities, have different upbringings, have different ways of thinking about things. And we can all, we might not all be on the same page. We might not all get along. And so sometimes that can be really hard too, is knowing that, you know, you're not going to get along with everyone, and that's okay. Damn moment on stream years ago that someone mentioned they were going to do that, and I directed them to personal help. I still made time for them that streaming, just let them know they were seen. Yeah, and that's it. I think most people just want to, you know, they just want to be seen or heard or let people know. And I thanked that person who talked to me, and, you know, for sharing that. I mean, I didn't really know them that well for them to share with me that, but yeah, sometimes it can literally be the smallest thing. I just like people in general, so I love having this platform on Twitch. Yeah. You know, it's funny. I used to say like I don't like people, which is not true. I do like people because I generally like when I ask you how you are, I generally want to know. So if someone was going to take their time and answer the question and share with me that they, you know, how their day went, and I generally want to know, then, you know, I'm appreciative of that. I think as an introvert, my only problem is, and I started changing the way I said it, is my social battery gets very low very fast. Because I give all of myself to that conversation, you know, when I'm talking to people or having them share or listening. And so sometimes I get very peopled out, which again, I thought it would be more so in person, because even networking, sometimes I have a hard limit that I'm like, okay, I'm done. Everyone is an energy vampire, and I'm like, okay, I'm done. I got to leave. But I've noticed it kind of can happen online too, you know, sometimes. Oops. Oh. I think I just hit the wrong button. No, no, there we go. Okay. Can I do this one? No. Oh, yeah, okay. There you go. Do, 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 do. Is that labyrinth pillow? Yes. You know what's funny? It's actually a bag. I put my pillows in there. So I have two. I have a worm, William the worm. Did you know the worm's name is William? And then the other one is Jareth and oh god, Sarah. I think Hoggle and I forget his name. I love Labyrinth. Labyrinth is one of my favorite films. Oh, and actually, hold on. Can you see it? That's also a Jareth. So I was at this like Edmonton Expo thing, right? So here we have like, you know, like every city has their expo. We had like a Comic-Con kind of like expo thing. Anyways, there was a box that you got that you could, they were like different themes. And so I bought the Labyrinth one. And it came, and I bought one of the bags. I think the worm was one. The Jareth and Sarah one came in the box. The pillow came in the box. I also have a blanket. And then there's some stickers. I still have the box. The box also has a whole bunch of like Labyrinth stuff on it too. Oh. Welcome back. Okay, I was gonna go see. Okay, I am lurking in this channel. I am lurking in this channel. And I am lurking in this channel. Let's see what they're doing. I don't think this one. Oh, no. No, I was going to play another game. I was just seeing what game I was going to play. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. Ooh. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the tier 1 sub.
Multipass.
Multipass. Oh, that's my other favorite film. Fifth Element. I'm gonna. Ooh, what kind of? Oh. I make a lot of documentaries. Currently, right now, I'm working on a documentary on Indigenous swing therapy. Let's see. We have another member who is streaming. Yes. Let's see. I have them currently on my YouTube channel. So my company name used to call Mio Pomatsuin, but I changed it recently to Ready Up Productions. But all my old videos are on the other channel, which I just kept the old name. So here. all my documentaries and everything that I made have been on there. So I made a documentary on the 60 scoop. I don't know if you're in Canada or the US, but or anywhere else, but in Canada, we have something called the 60 scoop. We have something also called residential school, which is like the boarding school. My first documentary I did was with a whole bunch of youth called Journey Towards Reconciliation. Ooh. And then yeah. And then I did a series on Two-Spirit people. Oh, and I did one on the history of the powwow. But yeah. Do. I'm in the US and I'm Lummi. So we are right at the Washington-Canada border. Oh, okay. I just saw you did the Two-Spirit documentaries. I'm super yeah. Yeah, we did a series with the Edmonton Two-Spirit Society. Ooh, so yeah. If you want to watch all of them, you're more than welcome to. I think they're great. I mean, the first one I did, which was Journey Towards Reconciliation, one on residential school, I made them with a whole bunch of youth, and it was like my first film ever that we ever did. So, it's definitely I've definitely made improvements. Well, a lot of times, like, because we were working with youth, it was just a lot of issue. All right. I was gonna ask Phoenix. So Phoenix Down is a member of the Indigenous Alliance as well. They're currently playing Marvel Rivals, but they are playing comp. And even if I wanted to like play comp with them, I'm not at a level that I can play comp with them. What should I do? What game should I play? My other half is mixed. She has had such a hard time finding family because her grandmother was adopted. I've been trying to let her know she is loved in family no matter what. She is having a tough time with feeling accepted. Ah, okay. I know, right? Yeah. I'm like, I don't even know if I would want to play comp. I can also play Dead by Daylight. Yeah, no, it's definitely a challenge. Hmm. I guess we can play some DVD. I was just thinking, like, what could I do that's like not. Wait, when was the last time I played? Oh, I don't even think I did. I mean, I guess we could play Marvel Rivals. I haven't played Marvel Rivals on stream in like forever. Let's do that. Okay. Let's do that. Ooh. Anyone watching any cool shows recently? I was watching Stranger Things earlier today. Right before streaming, because I was trying to play a few episodes before we started. And then I just got into it, and then I was like, and then I lost track of time, and then I was like, oh no, I'm supposed to be starting stream. I thought I would be able to finish the episode before stream started, but yeah, it was very hard. Okay, don't judge me, but I've been stuck on NCIS. I'm on season 17 right now. I mean, why would I judge you? NCIS? Do you like a lot of those movies? If I'm always looking over here, it's because my stream stuff is over here. My monitor's here. So I'm always looking at chat over here. Also, my other obsession has been watching Ghosts. I don't know why. I love that show. It's a pretty cheesy show. Did you watch Bones? Yeah, Bones was good. I honestly never watched it until I got home. So, okay, when I got home, I mean. So I did an internship in Washington, D.C. And my friend's husband was like, oh my God, do you, like, did you ever go to the Jefferson when you were there? And I'm like, the Jefferson? What the hell's the Jefferson? And then I, like, watched the pilot, and I was like, oh, it's the Smithsonian. But in Bones, they called it the Jefferson. Because I was like, what? There's no Jefferson in Washington. And I, like, lived there for, like, 4 months. Because it was part of the internship for my school at the time. And, so I watched it. And it was funny because, like, you know when you watch something and you're like, oh, I know where that is. Oh, I know where that is. Oh, they're here. And then based on where they were, like, when they're randomly like, oh, I'm in DuPont Circle. And I'm like, DuPont Circle's not that big. Everything can't be there. And it's funny because I actually worked at DuPont Circle. And I was like, wow, okay. But yeah, so when I got home, my friend's husband was like, you need to watch it. I was like, okay, fine. So I ended up watching it, and yeah, that was the biggest thing. Because I was like, yeah, there's no Jefferson. It's the Smithsonian. "26 days." I really want to get this, by the way. Even though I don't play Loki. Well, I mean, I don't play Loki yet. Because I also didn't play Luna for a while. And, yeah, eventually did. But Bones was good. I usually get stuck on one show at a time, so I've been watching NCIS. I just found they have 4 or 5 other NCIS spin-offs I was going to get stuck on this for a while. Yeah, I mean, it does make sense. My mom loves those shows, so even though I haven't watched them, I haven't played this in so long, it's really fun. I think it's fun. Okay, hold on. Did I even change my... When's the last time you played? I guess I could do this. As a painter or person who paint coverage 1000% in Jeff's winter. I think it's been a few months. Oh. Which characters did you like to play? Ooh. Painter. I gotta paint! I play more DBD, Destiny 2, Fortnite with friends, and skateboarding game. Ooh.
Alright, time to find out who's our ultimate party shark.
Wow, I just literally got here. This is a special mode. I think it's, I don't know if it's around here for that long though. Look, you paint. Oh, you gotta paint.
built the best snowman? We've got a winner! Isn't that right, Jiffy? Yes,
Purple
it
one.
is.
Oh wow. Let's try it again. Ooh, I do open lobbies, so if anyone wants to join, you are more than welcome to. You are more than welcome to join. Am I deep purple? Panda Cat, hi, how are you? Do 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 do. I'm great. Still sick, but feeling better. How about you? Oh! Oh no! I mean, I'm doing good. We did a stream earlier today. Playing Repo with some of the oh, Jesus. With some of the Alliance members, we played Repo. It was fun.
Looks like we're falling behind a bit, but don't worry. Just keep swimming.
Wow. How did they do that? Oh, shit.
We're halfway through this little feeding frenzy.
Oh my gosh! Oh shit! Yeah, I was around for a bit of Coiled Stream. Did y'all collect a lot of things? Oh, I mean, yeah, we did okay. To be honest, we got as far as I've ever gotten in my life.
You're way more fantastic than they are. Let's see who built the best snowman.
Yay! I finally won. I've never won before. I've never been on a winning team before. Got it. Great. Okay, let me go see how far I got that time. Oh my god. I swear I'm never gonna get this. As a painter, personal paint coverage reaches 1,000 in Jeff's Winter Splash Festival. I think it's time for me to make some popcorn and go watch my show before I crash out. It was nice hanging out. Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here. Yes, go make some popcorn, relax, and de-stress from the day, whatever you need to do. And thank you for coming by. I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you for following. And are you live? Oh, I try to go live 3 days a week. So I usually go live on Mondays. Mondays at 7 is usually, or my local time around 7. So it'd be like 6 Pacific time. I usually go live on Mondays. I play a lot of DBD. Usually my DBD Mondays is Monday. And then Wednesdays, although I don't think I'm going to be doing anything this Wednesday. This upcoming Wednesday. We'll see. Yeah, for sure. Well, I appreciate you coming by, and I hope you enjoy watching your shows. Okay, let's try this. We got it. I probably won't be much. I just realized it's almost midnight. I do have open lobbies if anyone wants to join. You just gotta let me know. Only thing I ask for is please don't be overly toxic and in chat.
You picked the right gal. I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud.
Let's do this! I wonder if I should try a couple
My
games
dad
of.
built Spider for himself, but I feel like I was.
I wonder if I should try a couple rounds of.
Get ready.
What kind of wildlife do you think they got on Krakoa anyway?
Oh, good question. Maybe mutant squirrels that fly and shoot lasers from their eyes?
That would be absolutely terrifying.
I know, right? I want 100 of them.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You know what
You
to
have
do,
to stop
spiders?
them from securing the mission area.
Mine's in place.
Hell is my realm, but soon it will not be the only one. Who gave me this awesome
Don't mind me.
shield?
I'm just dying.
Follow this enemy. You're spotted back.
Powering up. Mine's in place.
That is much. I'll patch you up. Bad guy.
You've got my back. I've got yours. Mine's in place. count us out yet. Check out these nests.
Ooh, a touch of killing.
Don't count us out yet. Stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I'm like, we are in quick play, right?
More back.
Better stop that vehicle. Awesomeness. Powering up. This is gonna hurt.
Extra shielding. Yes, please.
Bye, Dee.
Don't count us out yet.
Someone scratch my back. These waves will not break.
Check out these nests. This is gonna hurt.
You're welcome.
Systems restoring. No coming back from that.
Ah, shit.
Mine's in place.
Ah.
You're up, little one.
Sorry.
Jesus.
Stop them in their tracks. Spider nest upgraded.
Someone scratch my back.
This is gonna hurt.
Shanna!
There they are. They don't look friendly.
Hello, hello, hello! How are you? How are you?
Never miss.
This is gonna hurt.
I just died. Hi! Welcome, Raiders. How are you? What were you playing? Let me guess. Wait, it did give you a Wait, hold on. Ah. Wait, it didn't show up the thingy. Damn it. I've been working on my bot and I think I might have messed something up. But hello!
You're up, little one. Spider nest upgraded.
Hello, hello! How are you? What were you playing?
Be careful here.
Stop them in their tracks. Time for some fireworks.
I'll patch you up.
Son, stick to punching dragons, Iron Fist.
Armored up. This is real firepower.
Jesus! Thank you for the follows. How's everyone doing?
Just needed a few repairs.
I think my bot decided to leave or something because I don't know what happened. Hello, hello, hello.
The spiders explode.
This is gonna hurt. Better stop that vehicle.
I know Twitch didn't say anything, and I I didn't get a notification, and it usually shouts people out.
Time for some fireworks.
Ah!
You know what to do, spiders?
I accept.
Mine's in place.
Be on the lookout for robot spiders.
Ah! Hello, hello, hello. Did anyone come in here at all?
It's spider time!
Darn it! What in the world? What in the world? What in the world?
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time
Gave
to
you a
stop
shout out to. Oh, they gave me a shout
them.
out.
That doesn't count.
And then 2 people followed. That's what it was. It wasn't a raid. It wasn't a raid. Sorry. I got confused.
Woo!
Never
miss.
My Jeb. What big deal.
Extra strength.
Very hard.
Mine's in place. Powering up. It's spider time! I am finished.
This is real firepower!
You going back? Mine's in place.
Just dying.
Oh, goodness gracious.
We made quite a team.
Oh, goodness gracious. Ah.
You stopped them in their tracks. My friends are here.
Well, okay.
A shield never hurts. She don't look friendly.
Mine's in place.
Thank you.
We're better when we work together.
Hey, Dee! Enjoy the amplifier!
Only 60 seconds left. Shields up.
My turn.
Time for some fireworks. I'm counting on you, friends. We made quite a team.
You're welcome.
Mine's in place.
Okay, it is awesome shield.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
A shield never hurts.
Down to 30 seconds. This is gonna hurt.
Hey. Hey.
Almost there.
I am finished. Extra strength awesomeness.
No one escapes.
Powering up.
There you are.
Time for some fireworks. We stopped them in their tracks. The final 10 seconds. I'm counting on you, friends. Us against the world. Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
I bring hell down on their heads.
Ah. What in the world? What in the world? What in the world?
Don't give them another inch, or else.
The scum guy made himself into a turret.
Systems restored. Fireworks.
Ah, they swallowed me, the bitches. Woo!
气贯长虹。
Well, we can't expect to win them all.
Listen, if they wanted to win that bad, they can have it bad. It's okay. I'm like, I did go in a quick play, right? Like, I just wondered, just wondering. Well, that was interesting. But seriously though, we were in quick play, right? Let me go back to the lobby and make sure that we were in quick play. Because my goodness. Oh, yeah, winter breaks. Oh my god, it's a Friday night. I'm just saying. Be nice to me.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
I know, right? It's quick match, but sweaty. I know, I'm just like, okay. I don't know if we needed that, but okay. Panda Cat, do you play Marvel Rivals? I don't remember if you did or not.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine in darkness.
I got it.
You picked the right gal for the job, sugar.
Oh.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the... As bad as things get.
But it's too much for me. Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, yeah.
Luna Snow! The one and only, I think. You were my Oba-chan's favorite singer.
Yeah, it can definitely become too much.
Expect that.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Nice of y'all to show up here, but where the heck were you when me and Remy tied the knot?
I like the cold.
Need that.
Need some help.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Compromise.
Oh shit.
Strong together.
That's better.
Capture the mission area!
That's much better.
We're finding our groove.
It seems we have company.
Some help.
Systems restoring.
I am ready to put on a show!
Come on.
We're finding our groove.
Come on, this is the time to push forward, people.
I can be reckless now.
I'm keeping you alive.
Shields up.
We are undefeatable!
Shit.
Stronger already.
Oh damn it! I need to go heal myself.
It's a good feeling. I like the cold.
Ah!
We're finding our groove. I was worried. Roa. I suck.
For mutant kind!
Ah!
Keep going. A nice deep freeze.
Ah! Damn it!
No worries. I got your back.
Yeah, we don't need to be over there. I don't know why you're over there.
I can be reckless now.
We got company.
A nice deep freeze.
Needed that boost.
Fury is almost yours. I am ready to put on a show.
I feel like myself again.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Penny, should have paid to get the ball. How? You're broken.
Penny Parker. Go, girl.
Ah! Ah! Oh, damn it! Y'all!
Control lost. I've still got songs to sing. Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
So it begins.
Be strong together. A nice deep freeze. What am I? We are undefeatable!
Just what the doctor ordered.
This is now my time.
Snowball fight.
Days are over.
Oh, shit.
I'm hurt.
Oh, luff a duck.
They've almost got it! That's what you get! Double KO! Someone needs a snowball in the face. Fear bestseller.
Approach this site with caution.
Fire mode! You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Armed and dangerous!
I suck. We're finding our groove.
Control seized!
Time to celebrate.
Woo! We made it.
All I ever wanted to do was sing, really. Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You will always have a place on Krakoa One.
Part of me was like, are they being serious? Or are they like, nice teamwork, guys?
Give them
I don't
a
know.
chance to know the truth,
I don't know.
and they will see the
Let's just
error
assume it's
of
good.
their ways.
If you knew who I have become, Father.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Be strong together. Forget Tokyo, Spider. Well, we should totally move here.
Healer? I don't know what you're doing.
I like the code.
It seems we have trouble.
I'm hurt.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. I am ready to put on a show!
We're finding our groove. I can be reckless now.
I'm trying to heal you. Don't move away from me.
Shields up.
Ugh.
Mission area is yours.
I'm critical. Yeah, I see you. That's why I'm trying my like damnedest to keep you alive.
A nice deep freeze.
I feel like myself again.
Anyone willing to help?
They don't look friendly.
Damn it, never fall!
A nice deep freeze. Penny! Strong together. Control lost.
Oh, Jesus. Murphy.
I've still got songs to sing. I suck.
My strength returns.
Be your best self. Ow, you're frozen. Needed that more than you have. I lose control. Here comes trouble. I suck. That one hurt.
Huh? Shadowhawk.
We
Hi.
are undefeatable! I was worried. Anyone willing to help? Your team's capture progress has passed the
Hello. Welcome, Raiders. Hi. How are you? Ooh, Infamous. Hi. Do, 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 do. Old man, come with the spledgings and thralls to steal the snacks and food. Snacks and blood. Woo! Good, good. How are you doing? Happy New Year.
Keep going. I am ready to put on a show. Shields up. It's okay. Admit it. You need me. I was worried.
Yes, Happy New Year.
Rest now, my child. Your troubled days. For mutant kind!
Fury is almost yours.
This bitch, get off me. Good, good. Hi, welcome, Raiders. How are you? What games are you playing? Oh, you're playing. Were you playing Diablo 3?
Someone called Dr. Strange. This feels empty, yet somehow dangerous.
Ah.
I suck.
Oh, shit.
Almost got it. We are undefeatable.
And I was on some relaxing Outlast trials. Yeah, relaxing.
They're winning, but you still got a chance.
Sure.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Break the chaos.
I suck.
Damn it, never!
Shields up. Control C's. Snowball fight.
We're finding our groove.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Jesus.
My hex needs more time.
Be your best.
Sorry. I was fighting for my life over here.
Another epic victory. Big win.
In 3 hours, I got 2 trials done. Was playing solo. Ooh. But you liked it? That's good. Oh, I was playing earlier today with some of my Indigenous Alliance teammates. And yeah, we were playing Repo. I've gotten as far as I've ever gotten in my entire life. I got to round 5. I've never even gotten past 4. I think 4 is like the farthest I've ever gotten in my life, I swear. It was good. Oh my god. Yeah. Well, and I came across new ghosts because I didn't even know, like, the lady that basically gets fixated on you. I was like, what is happening? I keep seeing fingers around my face. And they were like, oh, she's targeting you. And then I was like running around the map trying to get away from her, and oh god. It was a mess. But yeah, it was so much fun. Also, welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know me, my name is Simply Aretha. I'm an Indigenous filmmaker, content creator, and streamer. I do play a variety of games. I usually play a lot of Dead by Daylight, but I also play Marvel Rivals. Sometimes I'll play other games as well. I'm just really all over the map, to be honest. But I do a lot of stuff. I think we are going to be going into an ad in about 1 minute. But yeah, I decided to play some Marvel Rivals before end of stream. And I figured we would, yeah, just check out what everyone is doing and hanging out. Oh my god, everyone. Okay, so I had 2 people follow today. Or thank you so much for the follows. You know what my follower count is at right now? 2,666. That is so funny. That is too hilarious. Too hilarious. Also, if you need a raid to run, please feel free. Take care of yourself after stream. That includes everyone who came over with the raids. Much appreciated. Shadowhawk and Infamous Lestat, thank you so much. I'm like, a part of me is like, should I wait? Like, should I wait till the ad is over? Ad starting soon. Ooh. Oh, I'm getting sleepy. I might play like a match or 2 more and then raid out to someone. Hi Mal, thank you for redeeming your daily golden ticket. Lestat and I are friends. We bother getting tired, so raided you together. Ah! Lovely, lovely. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for joining the ensemble. You know, I originally called us Cinemates, but then I was like, it's fine. We'll be the ensemble. Because all of my themes in my stream are film related because I'm a filmmaker. So my Discord. So I co-own a Discord with some friends. It's called the Vixen Speakeasy. And my section of it, I have a room that's specifically for like my stream and stuff. And my room is called Aretha's Green Room. Late night, hello. Hello, Malcoin the Middle. Ooh. I'm like, where is that sound coming from? that a Twitch alert? I think that's a Twitch alert. Right? What other alerts do I have? Is this it? I never know. I never know. I always hear this like delayed sound, and I think it's like a follower alert, to be honest, because I'm like, what is that sound? Where's that coming from? You're gonna head to bed? Alright, good night, Nocturnia. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Posture check. Oh my god. I guess. Good night, good night, good night. I appreciate you being here. Much appreciated. Oh. Oh. I always have them hidden, so I don't really look. I've only played a little Marvel Rivals. Ooh. Wait, like recently or like ever? Like, a part of me wants to just try some comp for like shits and giggles, but I don't know if I should hurt my feelings, you know? I mainly did some of the zombie stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, the zombie stuff was just hurting my feelings the whole time, so yeah. I want this though. The Lady Loki! Does she look adorbs? Oh my god. 22,000. I have none, so I would have to buy some. I wouldn't say I'm an expert on comic stuff, but I read a lot of comic books, and I have been a little annoyed at some of the things, like them making Gambit a healer when he's never had healing powers. Yeah, I think that was a little weird. To be honest, I think it's more so that, like, wow, I would have to get this one. Unless I got this one and this one. Made it 25? So Gambit's the only comic books... Well, I don't know a lot about Gambit, but out of all the comic books that I own, I have I have a lot of Gambit ones. I just wouldn't play this character that much. I mean Loki, not Gambit. I have played Gambit a couple times. Oh, actually, I just saw it there. The Human Torch one is out? Yeah. Hold on, store. Right here. Human Torch, Jack of Hearts bundle. So you can get this one together, so you can purchase them together. Lady Loki and Jack of Hearts combo bundle. Oh, this is cute. Luna Snow. Oh, I like that. Oh, God. Yeah, Gambit Smiles, also my favorite. I can't do zombies anymore. Zombies was making me really nauseous. It might not even be zombies, to be honest. It might be me because I've been having a lot of issues with my stomach lately. That a lot of things have been making me very nauseous, very easy. So I need to, like, not do... Like, I couldn't... Oh! Complete 2 matches as a strategist. I got this! Oh my God! Okay, move my camera up a little bit. I moved my desk up a little bit. Oh, I feel like I'm slouching. Ugh.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Who are you calling a raccoon? Da, 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 da. Oh, how's everyone's New Year's been? Did you have a wonderful holiday?
We guard the galaxy, sure. But sometimes we
30
take
seconds
stuff.
before you
What is everyone's
Well,
there's my favorite life-hating robot egomaniac.
what is everyone's goals for the new year? Instead of resolutions, because we never keep the resolutions. But what are your goals for the year?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I've been fighting cosmic menaces all my life. It's just another day on the job.
I don't think that's the welcoming.
You're
committee.
welcome.
That's better.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh man, I gotta make another beacon.
Oh.
I'll patch you up.
Systems rebooting. I'll take all the healing I can get.
Someone scratch my back. You're ready for action.
Personally, I don't really set goals. If anything happens, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Although I kind of have a standpoint from setting goals in the past and never hitting them, even if they were small. Ah, yeah, I guess so. That's what I was saying about the resolutions, right? Like, might as well.
You're ready for action.
Does that put a spring in my step?
My favorite time. Extermination. Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
Seriously, someone take care of this Angela.
You should have known. Oh, I'm not gonna make it easy.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Nice working with you, kid.
I'll gladly take some protection.
Better stop that vehicle.
Tandy needs help. I'll patch you up.
I hear someone's feet.
A shield? Well, okay.
They made it halfway. Stop them.
Someone scratch my back.
That's better.
You're ready for action. See, I'm blocking helpful. This is real firepower.
It was a fair.
You're welcome.
Double the armor. Nice. Hear them getting closer. Think again.
He stopped them in their tracks.
You're ready for action.
Systems restoring.
The shields are
My favorite part. You're welcome.
Behold that child!
Pulse charge. Fire. See, I'm blocking Born again. You're ready for action.
Fire mode!
Armored up.
Ah! Being able to switch years was fine. Just stayed home and usually relaxed. Ah, yeah. Very true. Yeah, my news this has been too bad. I mean, my work week kind of doesn't really start again until later.
I'll patch you up.
I am strangely vulnerable.
See, I'm blocking helpful. A shield? Well, okay.
That's my answer.
I'll patch you up. My favorite time.
They found my weapon.
Team player, that's me.
Our enemies are
This is real firepower.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Ready for action. Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
Systems
See,
restoring.
I'm blocking. You're welcome. Pulse charge. Fire. Yeah, what up?
By the eye of Agamotto!
Ah! He's almost dead.
Double KO.
Oh, I'm gonna get some revenge.
Oh. Yeah, I could see how that'd be.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys. Nice work. Stop that vehicle. You know
You're ready for action. Team play. That's me. Beat you, Odin Starter.
Only 60 seconds left.
Tremble before fast!
He stopped them in their tracks. Your royal catness.
Behold, Darkchild!
Warrior mode.
Don't mind me. I'm just
Down to
dying.
30 seconds.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'll patch you up.
Powering up.
Spider beacon in service. This is real firepower. Team play. Yes, please. Light pulse charge. Fire.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
See, I'm squawking.
My weakness. Explode.
Dang it.
You know what? Another epic victory. Big win.
I mean, we won. I was like, I wanted to see how the Angela did, because I swear that Angela was like attacking me and the other healer the whole time. I was just like, okay. Sure, focus on us. It's fine. Ooh. Let's see. Heal 5,000? Okay. Almost. These ones aren't too bad. Okay. Alright, we shall see. I think this is... I'm gonna play one more game. One more game for the night. And then I'm gonna go to bed. And we'll go find someone to raid.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Apparently I'm gonna be healer. Alright. Convergence?
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine in
jeez.
darkness.
What do we think, folks?
Forlitz was my
30
life.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
To have an all-superhero band.
I'm already sleepy. It's gotta be the Twitch thing. Also, thank you for the follow.
Battle starts in 5, 4.
Wait, where did that
3,
person go?
2,
Not you.
1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
There's a god living in my head. I don't know what to think.
Powering up. Be strong together.
The wounds are gone. Thanks.
Namor's brought in some freaky reinforcements. We're finding our groove. Sniper, look out! Thanks so much. Someone else needs some help.
Wow. Not the Wanda jump in the back line. And our teammates are like, ma?
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
The only octopus I like is called Roa. I like the cold. Fire mode. Be strong together. I like the cold.
Watch out.
When I do play this, I usually play Mantis, Moon Knight, or Captain America. Oh, okay.
I've still got songs to sing.
I mean, I really feel like this is gonna be a quick one.
Sniper, look out! A nice deep freeze. Powering up. Better stop that vehicle. Be strong together.
Shit.
I am ready to put on a show.
Come on.
That one hurts.
Y'all better take this person out here.
I can be reckless. A nice deep freeze.
Oh.
Be your best self.
Sure those are bad guys.
There's one ugly backup band, Namor. The only octopus I suck. Strong together. It's okay, admit it. You need me. I put you on ice. I can be reckless now.
You stop them in their tracks.
Nice deep freeze.
Fire from behind.
Octopus alert! We're finding our groove. Killed squid anyone? Roa!
Oh shit.
I like the cold. Better stop that vehicle.
Oh shit. Ah.
Deep freeze.
These are gone.
I was worried.
shit.
Healing.
Leave them to
I am ready to put on a show.
Magneto!
Here comes trouble. I suck. We're being here mode.
Wow. Y'all, I can heal and fight them at the same time, okay? I need some help.
There's still a chance to stop them. Glow up. I like the cold. Taking it all.
Born again! Us against the world!
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
First time I played Captain America, I jumped right off the map. Oh. Wait, is that on purpose or by accident? Because I've definitely jumped off the map many times where I'm like, oh, I didn't realize that was the hole.
A nice deep freeze. Now or never. Stop them.
Oh my god.
Brink. I like the cold.
Y'all.
I feel like myself again. Nature itself.
I'm back in the fight. Don't give them another inch, or else. Better stop that vehicle. I like the cold. I put the sniper on ice.
Magneto! On your toes, here they come.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Alright, who are they talking about? Okay. I'm like, is the other team that won trash talking their teammates? Okay. Alrighty then. Alright. I did say that was my last game, but now I'm like, I can't go out on a loss. I'm gonna win next one. Watch this. We're gonna win. We're gonna win! Oh, shit. Damn it, I've been drinking so much water that I'm just like I feel like I have to pee all the time.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You need a top-notch team. Okay, who are you gonna say hi to? Convoy. I can heal.
I'm gonna... Superpowers are amazing. Also, the ice effects look great on stage. Music makes people happy. Heroes make them safe. Maybe I can 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hope you brought a lot of cards, Remy. Looks like we're gonna need them.
No need to fret, mon frere. Gambit always come prepared.
Good, because if we're gonna live through this, we're gonna need a winning hand.
Then I suppose it's a good thing you got two in a row.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Who should we give it to?
Be your best self.
I can't remember the last time I saw Broadway built up.
There we are. A nice deep freeze. Do I throw like a girl? Thanks for the shield.
Better.
I don't have to be center stage. I like the cold.
That's the boost.
I should be singing lullabies. It's okay. Admit it. You need me.
Even better than my mutant power.
You stop them in their tracks. I suck. You done? Right there.
I need you to stop moving.
Do I throw like a girl? I suck. Do I throw like a girl?
Where's my fellow healer?
Stop that vehicle! They've made it half lane! Stop them! A nice deep freeze.
Never miss!
Disappear!
I am Asgard's might! Behold the god of thunder!
I am ready to put on a show! That one hurts.
Together to victory!
I am ready to put on a show! They stop them in their tracks!
Jill, that hurt. Push but to scratch.
Snowball fight!
That's the boost I needed.
You can't stand down yet.
You can always
Double KO! There's still a chance to stop them!
Guess I'll give.
Better stop that vehicle! A nice deep freeze. That one hurts. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. It's okay. Admit it. You need me. Thanks for the shield.
That was embarrassing.
Berserker!
Looks like
I like the cold.
saw on TV. I don't have to be center stage.
Plus what's a stretch?
I am ready to put on a show. Disappear!
Just to handle a little more. Just the boost I need. Oh, never miss! Come on, come on! Ah, got it good. Together to victory! Haven't enjoyed that a little too much. Needed a little boost.
We're finding our groove.
Ah! Jesus!
You willing to help? Double KO! I'm back in the fight. Better stop that vehicle! I like the cold.
Just the boost I need. Enemy is here.
This made it halfway!
Behold the god of thunder!
I'm hurt.
That's the boost. There's not overspeed.
A nice deep freeze.
Berserker!
Assemble!
Even better than my mutant power.
Ah!
There's still a chance to stop them. Better stop that vehicle. I was worried.
Ah!
I suck. I am ready to put on a show. Right there. Do I throw like a pro?
Strikes a heavy blow.
I suck.
Born again! Needed a little boost. Thanks.
Ah!
Need some help.
I'll be ship in no time. Stand down! You still got what it took.
I've still got songs to sing. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Together to
I like
victory!
the cold.
Just the boost I need.
There they are. I am ready to put on a show.
Behold the god of thunder!
Ah!
Need some help. I was worried.
Do you think I'm gonna win one?
Fight. I am ready to put on a show. A nice deep freeze.
I'll be ship in no time.
Fantastic! Stop them! Strong together. There they are.
Assemble!
A nice deep freeze. Ow, you're broken. It's okay. Admit it. You need me.
Berserker! Rage!
A nice deep freeze.
I have finished the job for you.
It's okay. Stop them in their tracks.
Now you do the same.
A nice deep freeze.
Got me good.
How you're frozen.
Torn again!
I like the cold. Down to 30 seconds. Thanks for the shield. I suck. Final 10 seconds.
Brutal as always, mon frere Logan.
Another epic victory.
Jesus! We won! Thank you, thank you. I have a standing desk, so sometimes I will stand. My problem is that when I lower it, sometimes I lower it too much. So I did realize I think my desk was too low. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, we ended up doing 3 healers. Actually, that was helping. I mean, yeah, and it's electric, so it's like I could press a button up or down. I should stand more though. My only problem is I can't, I could stand and talk. I can't stand and play games. Cause yeah, I can't do anything where I'm moving a lot and play games. I can't do that. Ooh. Yay! I have a thing at work so I can stand at work, and I bought a walking pad so I walk and work. It took a bit to get used to, but I tend to do 3 or 4 miles a day at work with it. Ah, I also have a standing desk at work as well. I did want to get a walking pad. I was interested. I to be honest, I feel like I would be the one to trip over myself. I'm just such an accident prone. I'm I don't know if that'd work well for me. Ooh, I have 100 points now. Okay. Alrighty. Well, y'all, it is way past my bedtime. No. I mean, yes, I do need to I need to start working on actually, no, hold on. Now I drink too much water, so I really do gotta pee, but now I can stand. With my standing desk. Do 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 do. There, see? That's as high as it goes. Which is good. Good for me. Do 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 do. We gotta go find someone to raid. Ooh. I don't know if that's good or bad. Maybe I should have standed. Setting the pad to 3 millihours, pushing it for work. I tend to keep it at 3. Ah. I guess that would make sense. Because even now, just doing this is fine. If I was just standing. Done. There. I mean, I do have another camera that I bought. I was using at New Year's. It's a 360 bot, so it actually moves with you. I was gonna actually install it so I can turn it on, but I'm I don't know. Been walking? All right, who are we going to go say hi to? You know what? We are going to go say hi to Wacket because they were playing with us earlier today. Oh. I really had to pee, but now that I'm standing, I have to pee even more. All right. Let's see if I can get myself to like calm down a little bit. Cuz I still want to raid out. So, yeah, so we're going to go say hi to Wacket. We were playing with them earlier. They were part of the group that was playing Repo with us. And yeah, let's go share the love. Here is the raid messages. The first one is if you are a subscriber. The second one is if you are a follower. Let's go over and share the love. And yeah, I should be alive again on Monday. That is my plan. I'll probably take the weekend off. I will be doing some stuff in my Discord if anyone wants to join. We are playing, we're going to be watching some traders on Sunday. I believe it's on Sunday. And yeah, that is the plan. So please copy one of the raid messages to come over with me and say hi to Wacket. And I'm probably gonna raid and run. I'll probably put it on my phone so I could hear them, but yeah, I'll probably have to go because I really have to pee. But yeah, thank you all for being here. Again, I should be live again on Monday. I will be playing some DBD. I do open lobbies on DBD, so if you want to come play DBD with me, you are more than welcome.